soul. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation. It is the 24th day of November 2025. It's a Monday and it's about 6 days to payday. If you know that you are responsible for that, you better start talking to your people in your various companies so that at least one's kuchangamisha watu. But nonetheless, we are happy to be here. This is Radio Generation on the People's Breakfast. 88.8 FM in Nairobi and 90.7 in Mombasa. How are you doing? You can also find us live on our social media platforms. That is at Radio Generation Kenya on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, kule kote ambako unapenda, even Twitch, like I told you. We are definitely live there. Also, if you would like, you can get us on our website, that is www.radiogeneration.co.ke. We are definitely live as well on those on that particular platform. So if you'd like to watch us in your office, if you'd like to watch us in your home, if you don't necessarily like to watch on YouTube, then well, you know where you can find us. And we are audio visual, so that means we can be seen and heard on all those platforms. Right now, though, it's exactly 2 minutes past 6 o'clock, and on 24th, let's see what the world is celebrating or commemorating or remembering. 24th ni siku ya nini? Yes, here we are. World Conjoined Twins. Do we have a day for everything? Like literally, World Conjoined Twins Day. Interesting, eh? Yesterday was World Television Day. That is on, no, not yesterday. That was 21st November, which we were here and we celebrated it. Yeah, so today is World Conjoined Twins Day. An interesting day indeed. Siti Muga, have you ever met any conjoined twins?
No.
Okay, neither have I.
I've just read about them. In the Guinness Book of Records, and I've read stories of where they've been separated.
Yeah.
But have I ever met? No, I have not.
There's a very famous, twin. They're not almost say twin couple, but they're twins and they're married. They're conjoined at the somewhere up IV from the hip going upward, and
right, my friend. Leave nothing to chance. Hapa hivi. Right.
No, nikisema hapa hivi namaanisha for those who can see. I hope you can see actually.
Yes, around just about here.
Kutoka the abdomen upwards.
Right.
They are conjoined. They have two hearts, but they share a stomach. They share a stomach. They share more or less everything else. Sasa swali langu ni moja. And they're married by they.
To one person.
Let me just confirm this. They're world famous, by the way.
Two other people.
Let me just confirm before I say my own.
This arrangement is interesting, huh?
Hey, wanaitwa je?
Conjoined twins. Married to two people.
Wanaitwa they're ladies, eh?
Bro.
No, I'm buying time as I look for them. Oh yeah, here they are. The most famous conjoined female twins are Abby and Brittany Hansel. Yeah, they are from the United States of America.
Right. They're married.
They are married to one man. Yes, I can see even the gentleman they are married to. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to be married to more than one person.
No, what in this world anything can happen.
No, for these ladies.
This person they're married to, he isn't conjoined to anything, is he?
No. Him is just
a guy. Actually,
he's almost my size in terms of body size.
So he's a guy who decided to marry two women.
Yeah.
Is he a Mormon?
I mean, at the end of the day,
Mormon ndio wako na hii mambo ya polygamy.
Najua. They're also called Latter-day Saints, eh?
Yes.
Their church, that is. So I don't know if he's a Mormon. You'd need to get, but if you're interested in finding out about these ladies and their husband, it's Abby and Brittany Hansel, because they share the only thing that is.
Do they have children?
They have no. I'm thinking that would be a complication, considering their anatomy. Oh yes, it would. It would. They have one stomach. They have
one womb.
One womb, yes, they have. But there was someone who was trying to explain there was a YouTube page, YouTube video channel. that tried to explain their anatomy. So there are some places where they have different organs, yet the body is one, but internally they have different. Like I think kidneys are about 3 or 4. Then even the liver, they have I think like 2 livers or so. It's one of those things that is mind-boggling. Yeah, but anyway, they are married. World Conjoined Twins Day. This is your day. Do we have any famous ones in Kenya? I don't know. Never heard of them. Perhaps they are there.
Yes, we have. We have. In fact, there were some twins who were actually separated at Kenyatta National Hospital.
Yes.
And it made headlines.
Yes. Actually, yes, you're right. This year there's some children that were separated.
Yes. So, yes.
There you have it. Haya, leo methali ya leo inatupeleka wapi?
Sisi.
Last week tulikuwa Mauritania.
Leo tuko Comoros.
Tuko Comoros Island. All right? Tell us about it.
Comoros Island is in the Indian Ocean. Indian
Ocean.
Yes.
Ocean.
It's an interesting mix. Mix in the sense that the number of people who have invaded that island and lived there and left their mark. Okay. They are the natives who are called Comorans. Yani the people who are originally from there.
Yes.
But then the French found them, the Arabs found them at some point or the other. Okay. 97% of the population of that island is actually Comorans.
All right.
1.6% are, another tribe. They have what you call a unitary presidential republic. Let me explain to you what I mean.
Tell us about it. Yes.
Unitary presidential republic, from what I've observed, just means it's a government such as ours. And look at it this way. They decide.
Yes.
The president.
Right.
Has generally most of the powers.
Okay. They are presidente.
Yes, they have an assembly. They have some form of monarchism. They are part of what they used to be called a sultanate, meaning many islands. It's not one island.
Yes.
Many islands put together. But for a long time, it was a province of France.
Okay.
You know, the French, when they colonized you, you were not separate, you're just part of them. So you had somebody who went and represented your place in the French parliament. Yeah. Central Bank of France is the one which was your central bank. And etc., etc. But as we speak now, in 1978, they were actually a federal Islamic republic.
Federal Islamic Republic.
Yes, federal as in, remember I told you there are many islands that form the Comoros.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Yes. Then they decided to make it a union. So that's a union of the Comoros. Sao? Interesting place.
So when they came together, they formed the Federal Republic of Comoros.
Yes. Something of that sort. When you look at a group of islands that form a nation or are considered as part of a whole, it's called an archipelago. Like Lamu.
Yes.
Kuna Pate, kuna Siu, kuna Kizingikitini. All those islands form the Lamu
archipelago.
Yes.
Okay.
Tuko sawa?
Tuko sawa kabisa.
All right.
Nice. I love it. Absolutely lovely. So the methali coming from that place.
Ziko Moros. Okay.
Inasema namna gani?
The first proverb is an interesting one. A slippery person is not a king.
A slippery person is not a king. So slippery meaning not that someone who sleeps.
No.
Yeah. Mtu wa hivi, mtu mwenye anateleza and you really can't put a finger on him.
Ako hapa na ako hapa. Na unapofikiria ushampata ako hapa,
kidogo ndio ule pale.
Yes.
So a slippery person is not a good king.
It's not, no. That one you've spoken what they're saying.
Right.
But they wrote it is not a king.
Oh, is not a king.
Mfalme bwana hawezi kuwa mtu ambaye haeleweki.
Ni kweli. Ni kweli. Lazima mfalme ni mtu mara ya kwanza ako na msimamo.
Yes.
Mfalme ni mtu ambaye akisema anatenda.
Yes.
Mfalme ni kweli. Mfalme ni mtu ambaye anaaminika. Sivyo ndivyo unasema? Okay. There you have it, folks. A slippery person is not a king. Good one. Did you watch any match this weekend? Sorry,
I never watch matches.
Yeah, but you didn't find yourself like somewhere and then you found the match going on and then you said, let me watch this. No? Okay.
No. No. I was trying to think. No. It was another week.
Someone told me that I need to be interested in Kenyan football, and I made some effort over the weekend. Tusker, Gor Mahia, walitoka 1-0. Gor Mahia, of course, won the game. There's a team called Nairobi United. I don't know if you have heard about it. Actually, we've talked about it here. During one of our shows, and they were playing with a Moroccan team called Wydad. I almost said Comoros, in Morocco, and they beat us 3-0. They beat Nairobi United 3-0.
It was a friendly game.
It was no. It was a CAF Confederation game, so it was a serious match. And we lost terribly.
3-0?
3-0.
I thought the other day we lost 8-0.
Yes, that was Kenya against Senegal, and we were playing in Senegal. We were beaten by Sadio Mane and his teammates, 8-0.
Who is Sadio Mane?
Sadio Mane is a Senegalese player. He plays for Al Nassr. That's a club in Saudi.
Al Nassr.
Yeah, Al Nassr. Anacheza pale alongside Cristiano Ronaldo, the Portuguese international. Superstar. Sadio Mane,
in fact, megastar.
Yes, Sadio Mane is also a megastar, by the way. Very philanthropic in his country and around the world. He's actually supported several, what are they called? Several projects. Yeah, and so anyway, that's that. That happened last weekend. Sasa this weekend bana, Nairobi United imetandikwa na Wydad kutoka kule Morocco.
There's always a season for losing, and then you overcome it, and then you start winning.
I feel like Kenyan teams are always in the season of losing. Perhaps one day we shall get into the season of winning.
You go back into history. We have won. Even this Africa Cup of Nations, we have won.
Tunashindaga tukitandikwa lakini lately. You remember the FKF president Hussein apologizing sometime last week and saying that we can do better.
The thing is this, huh?
Yep.
We've lost.
Yes.
It's in the past, isn't it?
Right, it is.
Why don't we look forward? Yes.
Do you know who else lost? Man City.
I was going to say one of those favorite teams of yours.
Oh yeah, my team also lost. Liverpool lost also terribly.
But if I were you, I would just tell them not to worry.
Well,
they're not walking alone.
We never walk alone. Kwendoko City. We never walk alone. We lost terribly on Saturday. We were beaten by this team Nottingham Forest. Walitandika pia kwetu nyumbani kwetu 0-3 pia.
Walikuja na msitu.
My friend. 0-3. Yani hata tungejitetea na bao moja.
Yeah, there are days like that.
Yeah, Man City also lost to Newcastle 2-1. Arsenal yesterday played and won. They won 4-1. Arsenal were playing with Tottenham Hotspurs. They beat them 4-1. Such an amazing match. Yeah. That's that about football. But we move on. There are seasons for those ones. There are seasons where they win, others where they lose. But for us here in Kenya, we need to, lazima tujichunguze kidogo. Lazima tujichunguze. Haya, wacha tuchunguze what's been trending in the last couple of days and hours since we took that weekend off. Here we go. MCK wants media against illegal opinion polls ahead of November 27 by elections.
What are illegal opinion polls?
I wonder. So let's see, what are they saying exactly? The Media Council of Kenya has warned media houses, journalists and digital content creators against conducting or publishing unauthorized opinion polls
by whom?
In the lead up to the November 27, 2025 by-election, saying the practice is illegal and risks misleading the public.
Who is the authorizing body that determines whether opinion polls are legal or not?
So they say in a media advisory issued on Sunday, the council said it had observed a rise in unscientific and unauthorized election-related opinion polls, commonly referred to as voodoo polls, circulating on broadcast and online platforms. MCK stressed that such polls violate the Publication of Electoral Opinion Polls Act 2012, which restricts the publication of election poll results during a legally defined period. So let's see, are they saying who should do this? They haven't mentioned. So they're saying the polls often conducted through call-ins, SMS prompts, live streams or social media actions do not meet professional or legal standards. I agree. Yeah, but are they saying who should do this? Hawajasema. Maybe they want us to use this companies that are renowned to do polls, the Infotrax, Geopol, and the rest that are not coming to my mind right now.
These guys are holding this stick from the wrong end. It's a broom, my friend. You hold it from the stick. You don't hold it from the head.
Yeah.
An opinion poll is something that anybody can conduct. Let me just start there.
Yes.
You only need to know the premise on which you anchor an opinion poll that could be considered credible.
Yes.
Your variables have to be intact, okay? The data has to be intact. I'll give you an example of what I mean. If you go to the IEBC portal, you'll be able to get a history of voting patterns of almost any.
Yeah.
It doesn't start as voting patterns, but you see this year, this number of people voted, this year, this number of people voted, etc., etc., etc. If you use that data, just the data that IEBC has, nobody else, and you want to find something about a constituency or something about a county,
Yes.
you actually can. And if you look at the progression over time in terms of the increase of our population, once again, you can project. And by so projecting, you can more or less give a fairly credible prediction of what is likely to happen. So when they say this, it isn't, once upon a time, the purview of determining these things were for these professional pollsters.
Okay.
In this modern day of AI, anybody can be a pollster. Let me just put it that way. Anybody can be a pollster.
Yeah.
Yes. You just need to know what the variables that are required for whatever outcome you require, and you need to work with that. You will be able to have a very credible prediction.
So according to Wikipedia, opinion poll is often simply referred to as a survey or a poll, which is a human research survey of public opinion from a particular sample.
As I said, in this day and age, anybody who understands can actually conduct a poll. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
You can.
So some of the companies in Kenya that do this, we have TIFA. We also have Africog. We have Ipsos. We have InfoTrack and many others that you can check online. So, but let's just look at it from this perspective. Say Radio Generation right now decides to do an opinion poll, and we ask guys, call in and tell us who you think will not be president in 2027.
It is a poll.
It is a poll.
It is.
Yeah.
It is a Radio Generation poll.
Yes.
And we will specify it is during this show, during this hour to this hour. These were the questions,
Right.
and this is what they said. And if we analyze the questions and what they said, the outcome that we have is this.
So do you think that there would be some level of bias from our listeners?
There's always bias. There's always bias.
When I say bias,
each of those listeners
Yeah.
listen because they like the show.
Right.
Now, when it comes to the representation of the political party, you might as well ask them which religious faith they belong to. They will not belong to the same religious faith. But when it comes to listen to the program, they're unified by what they like,
Yes.
mostly the content. So in the same way, if you want to find out about their political preference, they will tell you. Yes.
Okay.
Because most of the people who call in, we don't really know their real names, do we?
Not necessarily.
Yes,
okay.
exactly.
Another station, a vernacular station, a Kikuyu vernacular station.
Yes.
If they also decide to do a similar poll and say, who do you think will be president in 2027?
It would be interesting because you may not get what you thought. If people know they're going to be anonymous and you can't identify them,
Right.
you may get responses that will at least surprise you. Yes. The assumption would be they would support a common view held in that area. And I'm of the view that it might surprise you when you actually do the poll to find that it is not quite what you imagine.
There's actually a vernacular station that did a poll sometime this year. And from that particular poll, they said that the current president, was not popular. This is not a Kikuyu radio station. They said that the popularity of the president in that area had really fallen. And I remember there was some drama about that particular poll.
If that particular station has been anti the government, the listeners are most probably going to be anti-government.
Yeah.
So if they hold a poll, you can more or less predict exactly what it is that the listeners are going to say, can't you? Yes. There are media houses that gain notoriety by being anti or taking a particular position.
Yes.
Or being anti-government. So if a poll is held in that station, what do you think you are going to get? People who are anti-government.
So from this particular report, unless because we haven't seen the report itself, I don't think the MCK have given a proper direction as to who then should officially conduct a poll and supply it to the...
What seems to be implied is that there are people who pay pollsters. Of course they are paid. It's a business.
They don't do it for free.
No, they do not. It's not a charitable organization that every once in a while wakes up in the morning and for the feel-good factor decide to tell you, no, it's a business.
Aye. So that's that. Let's go over to Mbeere North. Kindiki, Mbeere North by-election must focus on development, not revenge. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged voters in Mbeere North constituency to reject what he termed as vengeful and deceptive politics ahead of the forthcoming by-election.
Why is it that this election
is a big deal?
Yeah, it's not big, man. It's a massive deal.
Yeah.
Why? There's another one taking place in Malava. You barely hear anything.
Remember, the Mbeere North would be considered a backyard of part of the mountain, basically, right? So it's more or less a backyard of DCP. And
is it?
I don't know, I'm just saying. And
do they know the voting patterns of people of Mbeere since multi-party?
The former MP there is the current CS for public service, I think.
And do they think that's a big thing? Because do we have anybody else who came from Mbeere who has been a minister?
And also watu wa Mbeere ni Waembu, si ndio?
Wanatoka sehemu za Embu.
Si ndio hiyo sasa?
Waembu ni Waembu, just so that you understand.
Naam.
Wambere ni Wambere. And within that county we refer to as Embu, they are the Kamba. They are also a very large constituents in Kambaland.
Right.
That's why Mutaba Musimi, who is by name and actually is a Kamba, could be an MP.
Yes. Now, and this is because I'm not a political gwiju. Mimi si pandi.
We will see the thing magic, yes.
Maybe tu ni mtu ambaye anaangalia tu kutoka hapa kwa ground. But yes, so perhaps this is also considered another backyard of the current deputy president, Professor Kindiki. So wanaona ni kama kwamba hii sehemu ya Mbeere North, if it doesn't fall to the UDA, if the UDA candidate doesn't win, and perhaps someone of the United Opposition wins, this might be an indicator of how perhaps things in that area will become 2027.
Mbeere, North, South, East, West had never received this much attention. Ever in its history.
I actually didn't know there was a constituency called Mbeere North until this time.
Yes, it is one of those backwater constituencies that unless you have an interest in these things, you will not know.
Yep.
For instance, where does the deputy president come from?
Tharaka Nithi?
Precisely.
Yes.
Do you know why Tharaka Nithi is known?
Why?
There was always an issue of the votes in Tharaka Nithi.
Oh, you're talking about that time kulikuanga na stronghold.
It didn't happen just once. Tharaka Nithi got to be known because of that element of notoriety. Okay? That's it. Beyond that, this is the second time we get to know that there's a place called
Mbeere. Tharaka Nithi.
When this gentleman became minister for Interior, we knew of Tharaka Nithi. When he became deputy president, now we know of Tharaka Nithi. Yes. Yet, they are a county.
Imagine that.
Yeah, they're a county. There are places that you get to know because of the sons who come from there. And daughters. My apologies, ladies. Sons and daughters who come from there.
Yes.
Okay? Now, in this particular case, the understanding is that if there is a win for what you call the United Opposition, it will spell doom for the government. It is always wise when in the country of Kenya never to underestimate a sitting president. Just a simple statement like that. A sitting president has the machinery of state, has the power, everything that could determine the outcome of an election. I am not talking about the voting outcome. Our elections, especially the presidential elections, have not been determined by the voting. It has only been determined by the outcome. And that is why there's been such an issue. So, we've now transposed our presidential election to this particular place called Mbeere. And we, the media, are contributing enormously to this.
So, the deputy president said that, however, the stakes extend beyond party strength. He framed the contest as a choice between progress and what he described as a return to insults and revenge politics. Insults and revenge politics. So that's that as far as Mbeere North constituency is concerned.
Pity there's no by-election in Kisii. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, to see.
Yeah, because how strong Matiang'i is. Yeah.
Someone was saying that, and this is on social media, was saying that if Kindiki stands with if Kisii County produces a presidential candidate, the entire Kisii community will vote for that individual.
Yes, it's been done before, and it didn't move the needle.
Yeah, no, but he's just saying that kama kutakuwa na Mkisii atasimama, rest assured every Kisii vote is for that person.
I'm saying, for purposes of what you may call the pride of the Kisii nation, it will be a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
Politically, the person may be considered for a seat by the person who actually wins, because they will have shown that they can galvanize that number of people.
Yeah.
But people respond very interestingly when they lose.
You were talking about Malava and that the fact that there's no noise coming from there. Well, here's a story.
There's a by-election. Yes.
Here's a story about Malava. Yeah? So Manyasi stepped down from Malava race in support of UDA's Ndakwa. Life in hand, eh? Malava's by-election race has taken a dramatic turn after Democratic National Alliance candidate Joab Burudi Manyasi abruptly quit the contest and declared his support for United Democratic Alliance candidate David Ndakwa. The announcement was made on Sunday in Kakamega, where Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi personally received Manyasi into the UDA camp, triggering intense speculation just days before voters head to the polls. Speaking about his decision, Manyasi said it followed a deep assessment of Malava's priorities. I have analyzed and told myself that Malava needs unity, peace, and development. This is 2025, not 2027, and we are fighting for development, he said. So he didn't believe that he would deliver that unity and peace and development.
No, I'm going to take the view that the peace, unity, and development is these are words that are attributed to the person who dropped down.
Yes, the one who dropped said that I have analyzed and told myself that Malava needs peace, unity, and development.
I believe him, because I take it in this particular situation, he's personifying Malava, and he's the one who has received some peace, some unity, and some development.
So for the Prime Cabinet Secretary to go there and tell him, you know what, you need to calm down and let this other person do what? Stand up.
That's our politics, man. There's nothing new we're being told.
So what do you think he was promised?
No.
Because you just don't give up.
The promise doesn't just come as a promise. There must be a taste of things to come.
Of course, there's unaonjesho unaambiwa. You see this?
When somebody makes a statement that is loaded like this one, he has analyzed the situation.
Yeah.
And he has come to the conclusion that what Malava himself needs
is unity, peace, development.
Yes. At that particular point in time, he's feeling very developed, yes.
So you think PCS Mudavadi called him and told him, usikuja hapa kidogo, fanya hivi, wewe chukua hii na utulie.
I believe that happened long before that particular rally. For him to agree to even come to that rally to be embraced so that he can move over. I'm sure that peace and development happened before.
Yeah.
So on the day he was coming,
the
unveiling, this is a man who already had seen the promised land.
Yeah.
And he had even tasted the promised land. And even as he was speaking, part of the promised land was probably in his pocket.
Yeah.
Yes.
He had already been given a deposit.
He had already left the desert.
Oh my goodness. This is crazy. But anyway, we wish the people of Malava all the best. Governor Nasir calls for ODM unity talks ahead of high-stakes by-elections. Oh yeah, here we go. So, Mombasa Governor and ODM Deputy Party Leader Abdul Swamad Nasir has called on ODM officials to put aside internal disputes and rally behind the party's candidates ahead of upcoming by-elections. Addressing a packed town hall meeting in Mambrui, Magarini constituency, Kilifi County, Nasir underscored the need for discipline, cohesion, and well-coordinated mobilization, noting that ODM is facing heightened political competition in multiple regions. He praised grassroots supporters for the steadfast loyalty and urged party leaders to intensify outreach efforts to strengthen ODM's presence on the ground. Nasir also issued a warning to members he accused of fueling tension within the party. Deputy Party Leader amesema.
Sawa. Those are the sort of things he's supposed to say.
Yes.
Yes.
And they should focus and listen to their deputy party leader and do what is needed.
Which parties are actually fielding candidates there? ODM is fielding a candidate. There's PA, is it fielding a candidate? There's Shirikisho. You know, those are coastal parties.
PA ni ile ya Kingi, Amazon.
Ndio ile.
Right.
Yes. So are they fielding a candidate? Because this would be an opportunity for them to field a candidate.
Right.
To test the water.
Test their strength.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because if you're talking about regional, the coast is the one region that doesn't have any party that is native to the coast that is strong. It's been an ODM stronghold for the longest possible time.
Yes. So let's see how that pans out.
But the question that one would ask is, and this is a question they would ask if I were them.
Yes.
What are the benefits that we have actually reaped from this particular association? It's a question that anybody should ask.
With Gava.
Yes. No, with reference to the political party you support.
Yeah.
Yes. Because there has to be some benefit. The benefits that political parties speak of when they're campaigning, if you listen very carefully, you asked me what I was doing over the weekend.
Yes.
That's what I was doing. I was analyzing it. We are really a very, 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 very unfortunate lot of people. The politicians tell us exactly what they think and where they stand with regards to what we need, which is usually nothing coming to us, a heck of a lot going to them.
Yes.
We never seem to hear it. When politicians talk about the unity among themselves, or when they talk about a party that they're running against, we are never in the conversation. We hardly ever are. It's what they hope to do and gain. And sometimes who would get what. That's at the heart of it. Nobody campaigns with what they're going to do for the people. Nobody campaigns with the benefit the people will get from all this. Nobody.
Yeah.
And yet you want to queue and vote for these people. And yet once in a while you find someone who actually talks to you about what they can do for you, and that's the person you leave behind. How unfortunate are we?
Very unfortunate indeed. Let's check out what's happening on the roads of Nairobi and perhaps even those of Mombasa.
Traffic.
All right, so I'm looking at Ngong Road, not looking bad at this particular hour. Agweng score Dhek iko sawa. Dennis Street uko Kofitu mkielekea State House, so that means the president can move in any direction without any stresses. Then we also have Bunyala Road looking good. No single complaint coming through. Mukenya Road in South B also looking good. Lusaka Road iko sawa. Enterprise Road, no complaints whatsoever. Looking at Langata Road also looking good. Otiende kule naona hamna shida yote. Southern Bypass looking fantastic. Jamuhuri Road, same as Woodley, Ayani Estate as you're heading towards Kibra looking good. Also no complaints coming through at this particular hour. To Go Road, there's an issue at Makadara around that particular area. As you're heading towards the train station, that is bumper to bumper at this particular hour. Manyanja Road, kule same za Donholm. As you're joining Outer Ring Road, there's lots of traffic there. And Outer Ring Road itself looking good at this particular hour. Airport North Road, no complaints whatsoever, which is a good thing. Let's check out watu wa Mombasani mwasemaje. I like the fact that I can just zoom in and out and land on any county. Alright, so Mombasa, naona hamna shida yote kwa barabara zenu. Watu wa Kisaoni, Bombolulu kule hamna shida. Makupa, Tuda, barabara ziko sawa, lakini hapa kuna ka stress kidogo. Pale Likoni Ferry, magari yanangojea kupanda ferry kutoka sehemu zote mbili, na hapo ndipo kidogo kunaweza kuwa na shida, lakini barabara zenyewe ambazo zinaenda pale katika ferry ziko sawa. Naona pale Mzimle hamna shida yoyote. Baraki, hapo ndio traffic jam inaanzia. Alafu pia kuna pembe za Ndovu Mombasa, barabara hiyo iko sawa kabisa. Dock Stage pia hamna shida. Hapa ni wapi? Acha ngoja kidogo nikwambie. Haile Selassie iko sawa kama unaelekea sehemu za Langoni, lakini kama unatoka barabara hiyo kuu ukielekea kule Mwemetari Road, shida kidogo hapo. Pia kuna Biashara Street pale naona iko bumper to bumper wakati huu ukielekea kule Tahmid Coaches, lakini baada ya hapo barabara inafunguka vyema, hamna shida. Abdel Nasser Road iko fiti kabisa. Coinage Road, kuna barabara inajulikana kama Coinage. Haya, Kisaoni kule.
I do not know.
Ndio hiyo nakwambia sasa, ndio imeandikwa hapa Coinage Road iko sawa, Tononoka Road iko sawa, Narok Road, kila kitu kinakaa kiko fiti. Lakini kama kuna tashwishi kwenye barabara, basi mwajua mwalimu mtanipata katika mitandao yetu, mweza longa nasi.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Daily Nation. How by-elections will change Ruto rivals in 2027 plans. Thursday, mini polls promise to act as a barometer for President William Ruto in choosing new strategic partners, including entering into pre-election power-sharing deals for Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and Chief Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. A poor showing for the President's party in Mbeere North and Malava, respectively, will have dire political consequences. See this story on page 4 and page 5. Umesikia hiyo mambo ya Mbeere na Malava? Inasemekana ya kwamba, according to the writer of this particular article, they are saying that this might prove something to the president. Either he needs to make new political alliances or he needs to continue with the prevailing situation.
You know, these are who is
this is the Daily Nation.
Well, this is us, the media.
Yes.
Spinning. This is us, the media, coming up with a narrative. Okay. Now, who says that any of these elections, whoever wins or whoever loses, will determine what's going to happen in 2027?
It doesn't necessarily mean determine what will happen in 2027.
But that is what is being heavily implied by whether it is Mbeere, whether it's Malava, that's what's being implied.
Let me read it again because I have a different opinion. This is what it says. How by-elections will change Ruto and his rivals 2027 plans. So it doesn't necessarily reflect how people will vote in 2027, but it is an indicator.
What do the plans in that statement mean to you? What do you what plans are they referring to?
Campaign plans towards 2027 for both opposition and government.
Read it again.
How by-elections will change Ruto the thing at the bottom. Ruto, comma, actually it's a comma. How by-elections will change Ruto, rivals 2027 plans.
Yes, rivals.
Yes, Ruto and his rivals. This is what I understand.
It doesn't say, the comma.
The comma implies
Ruto, number one, and then secondly, his rivals.
Yeah, so Ruto and United Opposition 2027 plans, for instance. So if for some strange reason the opposition wins both of these particular seats, Malava and Mbeere, for instance, and the other small MCA posts that are also ongoing, they will tell the president and their people. For example, for the president, he will know, okay, I'm still popular, or people are still convinced that I am the best person to lead this country, and perhaps he will intensify, considering what will happen, his elections not elections but campaigns in other areas, because he knows, Mbeere, I've locked it, Malava have locked it, and probably by extension Western is locked, or by extension the Mountain is still in love with me. Now for the United Opposition, if they happen to clinch victory, for them it will be okay, all right, so people are actually listening to us and they are determined to get rid of this guy come 2027. So it will probably tell them that what they have been doing is right, and they should probably continue with the same trajectory.
You know, I don't know why it is we don't see what is obvious. Just look at the campaign strategy of UDA that is personified in the president and the other parties, United Opposition or others. They just talk in Nairobi. The president traverses the entire country. Whether you like it or not, that's what he does. You may make fun of the projects he does. He may oversee the opening of a footpath, whatever it is you want to say. But he is in those places and people see him. The 2022 election should have taught us that the presence of someone in public spaces matters a great deal to very many people who vote in this country. Something quite simple. Something that he seems to have understood and is capitalizing on.
Yeah.
The others are talking in Nairobi. This gentleman is traversing the country.
But he has access to more funds than they do.
Why do you get into a competition if you haven't done the maths to understand that this is the sort of competition you're against?
And they are working with whatever they have. Nasi watete, I'm just looking at it from that perspective.
I am not saying unawatetea hata kama ingekuwa unawatetea ni sawa watetee. Lakini bwana watakuingilia mashindano. It's a football match and then you pick up the ball and start running with it. You know you are playing a different game altogether. You're supposed to kick that ball.
Actually, what I think is the united opposition is trying to kick the ball, but the government is just picking the ball and running with it, and they're like mutadu.
Then, in that case, they've changed the game.
Yes.
It's not football anymore.
Yeah, so start playing rugby.
Or handball.
But this is what happens when you change.
Or netball.
This is what happens when you try and, let me say, keep up with these particular individuals, the government. They will arrest you. The referee is definitely on their side. You'll be penalized.
President William Ruto is not the first president to be president who has power.
You will score goals and they will be nullified.
Paul, there are presidents who had more power than William Ruto.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? And they still bent to what the will of the people was at the time. Why? Because those who were fighting for the second liberation had the people with them.
Don't also forget that our politics right now, specifically now, doesn't have the one person who could probably go head to head.
No, at the time of the multi-party move and the second liberation, there was no one person. There were people. That's the whole point. It wasn't one person who stood out.
Exactly.
The one person who stood out later.
Was
but they were they were all on the same platform.
Because if
and we had a president.
I'm looking at the current lot of opposition leaders. I do not think, number one, they know how to move crowds, perhaps even the way Raila would talk to them, the kind of rhetoric that Raila had. And, well, I mean, they will get there somehow.
Raila had the people behind him. Everything he said would sound fine. Everything he said. It is because the people who were with him.
Yes.
So everything that he said was immortalized. Okay? Kalonzo Dampira. Whoever it is Dampira. You try, you try it now and see. How far you'll be told, shut up.
Yeah.
Yes. And while you're shutting up, go home.
Yeah.
The point is this. If you are in a struggle and a political one such as this one, the thing that you need is not rhetoric. The thing that you need is to have people identify with you.
Actually, the one person I think who can move crowds, who's close to being what Raila was in terms of crowds, is Rigiji. This is my opinion.
No, but your opinion is not wrong.
In the way he can, because he can stand up and say anything. There are people who can't say anything because they're trying to be diplomatic. Sana hapa ni Kalonzo. Matiang'i definitely sijaona. Actually, I don't think I've seen that guy do a public. Yeah, the only time I've seen him is perhaps do interviews around TV and radio and whatnot. And that is also TV. I think he has done like one major one. I have not seen him do any other interview. And the other person, let me see who else is. Martha Karua also. Her language is very diplomatic, very clean. You know, she's not the kind of person who will, rouse a crowd and start chanting alongside. No, she can't. Or rather, she won't. Maybe she will one day, I don't know. Who else is in that opposition? I don't know.
You know the gentleman we had here the other day?
DAPK leader Eugene Wamalwa, huyo sioni akifanya kitu kama Natembea kan.
This gentleman we had in the studio the other day, Dr. Moise Kitui. In those days,
yes,
the Mageuzi movement.
He was firing.
This guy, absolutely on fire. In fact, he was a song master.
Choir master.
Oh, yes, he was.
Soloist.
Oh, no, he used to move crowds. I'm simply trying to tell you that until they come into being, you can't know who can do these things. The ones we currently have, moving crowds.
Yes.
See, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about having a narrative that people resonate with.
Now, Natembea, if we can go back to Natembea can.
He can.
But do you think his masters, and by masters I mean his seniors in politics, do you think they can allow him to outshine them?
Let's go back to Raila. When Raila was doing his thing,
yes,
not only was his father alive, he had very many seniors in politics. It's not a question of seniority. No. It's whether you rhyme with the time. It's whether you understand the epoch that you are in, and whether you understand the sentiments of the time and how it is they can be captured and expressed. If you can do that, you'll have the people behind you.
Now, what you're saying is that perhaps then Natembeya should defy.
Not defy.
And just say, you know what, guys, I'm doing this.
Not defy. Just move ahead and just do what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then
he's making the party popular. You start by making the party popular. If that party captures, let's say in the next election, Natembeya is still young. If it captures the votes that Ford Kenya has and moves into maybe Kano territory and some ODM territory in Western Kenya, they have arrived. There'll be a major reckoning. They have arrived. Come the next election, they'll not be the people to watch. That man, when he talks presidential, people will say, you know, this guy can be president. For real. My friend, it is not a question of who is senior. It is a question of who it
will
is.
get the work done.
No. Who rhymes with the time and with the people. There's a combination of what people want to hear at that particular point in time in history and who pronounces it well. When people see that, they're with you.
Nivyo.
Gachagua doesn't say anything that is earth-shaking. But he rhymes with the sentiments of the region. How long that will be the rhythm, so we will wait and see. But he rhymes. So he's going to continue being popular. Now, of all these other united opposition leaders, tell me.
Let's see what else is on this paper. State House leads other offices in budget breach. Kenya raises medal tally to 10 in Tokyo Championship. This is the Deaflympics. Gospel on the dance floor. Priest preaching to the world in clubs. This is Reverend Michael Wetanga, an Anglican Church of Kenya priest in the Diocese of Kitale, is no stranger to Eldred's entertainment joints. All right, that story is on page 3. It's back to school for 30,000 CBE teachers. You can get that on page 7 and much more. Let's look at. You want to read the Standard? Some extended.
License to extort. A shadowy criminal network has spent the past year sweeping across Kenya, posing as state officers and extorting millions from terrified business owners, all under the protection of uniformed police. Now the Standard uncovers the full scale of brazen scheme legitimized by dubious gazette notices and quietly enabled by senior commanders. At its center is a private company accused of impersonating regulators from KEBS to KRA while shaking down traders nationwide. Despite official directives to halt their operations, why don't you just arrest them? The syndicate continues to strike with impunity, leaving victims asking who is protecting them. There's a picture of individuals here. Let me read the names. There's a Mercy Wanja, Edward Olang, Nehemiah Nyaga Washira, Wycliffe Nyamanya, Tabitha Kwena. I see. This story is on page 2.
Yep.
And they're saying ring fleecing businessmen protected by police chiefs. Multiworks and Rights Enforcement Limited, that's what it's called, is a consumer rights and protection organization. Individuals allegedly from the firm, accompanied by police officers, impersonate government regulators to extort businesses. I see. Okay, that is what is in the headline.
Okay.
Right.
On the Standard, yeah? On the Star, we have close to 30 billion lost in state plan to uplift youth and women. Stories on page 15. High cost of production hurting our textile sector. That story is on page 6. We also have IBC dismisses claims of rigging, saying it's ready for by-election. And according to page 2, Kenya and Uganda are sisters. They'll never fight. But now when their leaders keep on telling us that they will come for us and beat us.
Who?
General Muhoozi from Uganda. He's like the chief of the army, right? So he keeps on telling us that he can take Nairobi in 10 seconds. They can cordon off the lake region literally in 2 minutes.
The whole purpose of a threat is that you can actually fulfill it. The question one would ask is, why keep threatening? Why don't you just do it? Yes.
Parties go all out as by-election campaigns end. Hapa tunaona home stretch, watu wa Mbere nao tuko kwa Kelly, like you were saying, I don't think they've ever seen
the amount of attention that is being paid.
Oh my goodness. From the opposition all the way to Gava.
And since we know how our politics works, do you think Mbere has seen the amount of money that is being spent there ever?
I don't think so.
Yep. And the likelihood of them seeing it is also very slim. Yes. Ever again.
Malava. Huko yani, in one day you see the PCS and you also see the speaker, and then you also see Natembea, and then you also see Wamalwa. You munaona Kalonzo. Leo kesho ni Kalonzo, siku ingine ni Martha Karua, siku ingine before mumalize kupumua Wamalwa ndo huyo. Kidogo kidogo Natembea na watembelea. I mean, it's crazy, eh? But yeah, let's see how I'll be it will be very interesting to see who actually clinches this particular seats. It will be very interesting. That will tell you a lot about what also the people think. You know, here we're talking about all government, all opposition, but also we just need to understand who the people have decided they're going to go with. What if they don't choose anyone from the united opposition? What if they choose independent candidates? You know, that would be shocking.
That would tell us exactly what the people of Mbere think. Because then we'll ask this independent candidate, what is it about him that made him so electable?
Yeah.
Yes. Or did they just want to tell the opposition and government, you guys stop joking with us? Or the two divided the majority of the votes.
Yes.
And this guy had a unified vote and he got in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to go back to this story on the Standard.
Go ahead, please.
Licensed to extort, criminal nexus. Now, a shadowy criminal network has spent the past year sweeping across Kenya, posing as state officers and extorting millions from terrified business owners, all under the protection of uniformed police. Now, the Standard uncovers the full scale of a brazen scheme legitimized by dubious gazette notices and quietly enabled by senior commanders. At its center is a private company accused of impersonating regulators from KEBS to KRA while shaking down traders nationwide. Despite official directives to halt their operations, the syndicate continues to strike with impunity, leaving victims asking who is protecting them. So when they say extortion, how exactly are they being extorted? Ni nini inachukuliwa na inapelekwa wapi? So this story is on page 2, right? Multi Works and Rights Enforcement Limited presents itself as a consumer rights and protection organization. You know, I don't know if you've seen what happens during the evenings, if you've gotten the privilege to walk around perhaps your hood. I don't know if you've noticed the way cops just come and stop at specific establishments for a few minutes, sometimes not even more than 2 minutes.
No, I haven't.
And collect bribes.
I have not seen.
You haven't seen, eh?
No, I haven't.
Sasa kwetu, I see it a lot. And I've also heard it happens in other areas.
So why would these people pay these cops?
So it's a form of a tax. Let me call it that.
Tax means the service you're getting. What is the service?
The service you're getting is protection.
Against what or whom?
Against the same people who are extorting you.
Oh, yeah. So you pay them so that they don't bother you.
Yes. So you pay this bribe so that you can also be allowed to sell them, because there's a lot of illegal drinks nowadays that are not KEBS certified. They haven't necessarily gone through the checks and balances to ensure that they are safe for consumption, but they're being consumed widely and they're very cheap. That's why the reason why they don't have KEBS certification is because they do not want that added extra cost. And then they are produced the standards anyway of production are not up to par. Hence why these drinks are very, very cheap. And if you do not pay the cops, they will come into your establishment and they will arrest you for selling those particular drinks. That's the first reason. The other reason is if you do not pay these cops, what they usually do is at night when you have closed your business and you've gone home and you decided you as City Muga, you will not pay them for this protection fee. They'll actually come and break into your premise and destroy your products or even take them away. There are several videos actually that have been shown on social media of people in police uniform. I don't know if they are real cops or they are fake cops, but they're in police uniform breaking into shops and making away with whatever is inside. So from cash to the drinks themselves. And it is said that these are the folks who've decided that they're not going to do what? Hawatapeana za macho. So you're literally paying them so that they do not come and break into your shops. There's a lady sometime, I think it was either last year or the year before that, alirekoda watu na akasema ziwapati siwapatie kitu mnataka, nipelekeni mali mtanipeleka. And the same night that she was, it the same or a few nights after that, came, broke into the same cops who had come for Zamacho, came, broke into her shop and made away with her stuff.
There's a case I once interviewed. There's a lady in that same Kitengela area. She had a bar. She had refused, and she recorded how she took the matter further. Her life was threatened. You see, when you have a bandit economy, this is what happens. But there's something that I think these fellows should be aware of. Then they should be told, and I'm saying it. People will get tired, and they'll turn against you. You are fewer, there are more. It's just time. That threshold hasn't arrived yet. It will arrive, and you will know the day it has arrived with disastrous consequences. It's not the first time we've had a situation where individuals decide that they are, instead of upholding the law, that they're going to be the people who are breaking the law that they swore to uphold. It's not the first time. We've seen this before. And the outcome, I'm telling you, is not me being a prophet. I'm just telling you, the threshold that human beings have, if you make the mistake of going beyond it, they will respond. Because at that point, they don't really care. Now, when they reach that point, your life will be in danger.
So even Kanjo, what we call Kanjo, in different counties, also do make these rounds. And they will come and check your establishment, confirm that you have everything, but they will always find fault.
If they want to find fault, they will find fault.
So, for example, let's say you're required to have this fire extinguisher.
You have it.
You have it.
It's even been checked. It is working.
They tell you this is not the brand that you're supposed to have. You're like, a fire extinguisher is a fire extinguisher. It works. They're like, no, this is not the brand. But you're like, okay, so what's the brand? But by the time you're having that conversation, shop yako imefungwa, vitu zimebebwa. So you ask them, okay, so next time tell me so that I can get the brand that you require. And you will get it. Then the next time they come, this is not the right size. It's either too big or too small.
Paul, the other day, right here outside the gates of this particular establishment, 2 young men decided to steal a telephone. They were caught and beaten.
Yes, one of them was killed.
Yes, and dumped into the gutter on the other side of the road heading towards. Okay? These fellows were really young. That motorbike was vandalized. It means there are people who didn't want to kill anybody. They saw an opportunity to steal. Every time somebody is involved in an accident with a motorbike, with a boda, you are immediately surrounded, and if your windows are not up, they're going to rob you. So you just look at that picture. You have an accident, people who purport to come and help you are coming to rob you. What does it tell you about what we've become? They rob you, and it's fine for them, whether you're bleeding, whether you are caught up, there's something depressing. They don't really care about your welfare. They are robbing you. You need help. Now, what does that tell you?
It tells me that there are people who are frustrated beyond.
Yes, and it tells you that the law as we know it has broken down. Now, do you hear of all the people who are campaigning, talking about the law, the adherence to the law, and how people are not adhering to the law? You see, the law only works when we all agree to abide by it. There are people who have been given power to enforce that law and are paid to do so. They've decided what they earn is not enough. They're going to earn some more. Now, the moment lawlessness becomes the order of the day, then what you're then unleashing is a situation where the citizens will decide, you know, these guys are not helping us. You don't want that situation to take place. Because now that is a recipe for chaos. And it's building, and we are watching it build. It's like every time you're stopped by a policeman, you more or less think you're going to be extorted. The truth is, most times you're not extorted. They walk around, look and see if your license, it's insurance now, isn't it?
Insurance and license.
Yes, and then they go away. That's it. But then these few, because they're not the majority. If they were a majority, the hue and cry would have been loud by now. It's a select few individuals who believe and think that this is the way they want to conduct their lives.
I can assure you, Kwanza, this Christmas period, this festive period that we're getting into, just make sure that you have the requisite papers. If it's your license, just make sure it's updated. If it's your insurance, just make sure it's sorted. If it is your tires, make sure they are in, they are roadworthy, because polisi akitaka kupata makosa, my friend, itapatikana. Seatbelt haujavaa. Sijui, there's a passenger in your car not wearing a seatbelt, that's already a problem. Your tires are worn out, just know that's a problem. Your insurance is not displayed, just know that's a problem.
Your lights are not working and it's broad daylight.
Yes. Kwanza hizi taa za nyuma that we usually ignore, the brake lights. Just make sure everything is in order, because I assure you, if they want to find fault, they will find it. So don't give them a reason to. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Media Council of Kenya has warned media houses, journalists and digital content creators against conducting or publishing unauthorized opinion polls in the lead-up to the November 27, 2025 by-elections. MCK says the practice is illegal and risks misleading the public. In a media advisory issued on Sunday, the council said it had observed a rise in unscientific and unauthorized election-related opinion polls, commonly referred to as voodoo polls, circulating on broadcast and online platforms. Police in Mombasa County have arrested 6 suspected drug traffickers and seized bang worth an estimated 72 million Kenya shillings. The suspects were apprehended following what police described as a well-coordinated operation led by detectives from the Anti-Narcotics Unit. According to a statement by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, detectives acting on intelligence intercepted a truck along Mombasa-Nairobi highway before the narcotics could hit the streets. The truck's driver, Nolden Ogola, and his co-driver, Andrew Kaida, were arrested on the spot. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has urged voters in Mbeere North constituency to reject what he termed as vengeful and deceptive politics ahead of the forthcoming by-election. He warned residents against candidates and leaders who he said were attempting to exploit local frustrations for personal political comebacks. Speaking on Sunday during a campaign tour in Kivue, where he rallied support for UDA candidate Leonard Wamuthende, Kindiki also criticized the former DP Rigathi Gachagua, questioning why he's campaigning in a region he brought no development to while in office.
Mimi nikaenda kuwa waziri, na siku ile mimi niko waziri, mimi sikuvuruga yeye. Wakati yako deputy president, mimi sikuvuruga yeye. Mimi nikaenda kufukuzana na Al-Shabaab. Mimi nikaenda kupigana na bandits huko North Rift. Mimi nikaenda kupigana na cartels ya passport. I was a busy man. I had no time to compete with anyone, because I believe hakuna kazi kubwa, hakuna kazi ndogo. What makes a difference is the effort you put in the work that you've been given.
President William Ruto has assured his Ugandan counterpart Yoweri Museveni that the landlocked nation has access to the Indian Ocean and that there is no dispute over it. Speaking in Tororo, Uganda during the groundbreaking for the Devki Mega Steel project, Ruto said there is no bad blood between the two nations over the supposed dispute. Ruto's comments come days after President Museveni expressed concern over Uganda not having access to the sea, indicating this may be a cause for future conflict.
That Uganda and Kenya are brothers and sisters, and we do not have time for negative engagement. Uganda is assured of the access to the sea through Kenya, and that is why we are not only extending the pipeline, we are also extending the road, and we are also extending the railway, because we believe that this region needs to move as one.
The Tanzanian government has slammed international media outlets, particularly CNN, over the reporting and depiction of sins in the country following the controversial presidential elections. Through spokesperson Gerson Msigwa, the Tanzanian government described reporting by international media as biased and unverified. Msigwa accused the CNN report for allegedly tarnishing the country's image and fanning division and pain among Tanzanians. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation. How are you doing? The time right now is 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. And we're just looking at the situation that is unfolding as far as the news is concerned. And in the previous hour, if you just joined us, we were talking about this particular front page situation that is on the Standard about these individuals who are licensed to extort. So apparently there's a cartel. But you can get that story on page 2. On the Standard, on the Daily Nation story, they're saying how by-elections will change Ruto's rivals, change Ruto and his rivals as far as the 2027 elections are concerned. We shall definitely be getting into that in the subsequent hours as we get to also have a conversation with our guests. But there's this story on page 3, gospel on the dance floor, meet priest preaching in Eldoret clubs. Have you seen this video of
What?
You've said no even before I completed my sentence.
I know I haven't seen that video. That's for sure.
All right. So there's a video. There's this thing that is happening on Sunday. Is it Sundays? I think it's Sundays morning. Most clubs are usually empty on Sunday morning. Sorry. So what is happening nowadays? There's a takeover of clubs, and churches are actually taking place in clubs. Yes.
Okay.
Kuna watu wameamua watachukua advantage of number one, the space, the music system, the PA system, whatever you want to call it, and of course the numbers, because some clubs are quite huge, they're big, they can accommodate lots of numbers. So there are people who've decided to start having gospel shows and gospel moments, churches, basically church services in these particular clubs, and it is catching on. Now, sometime last month is when it became really popular, the story about the churches. How I didn't know about it, hata mimi nikashanga. So I was just browsing through Instagram, and then I saw this rave inside a club, but they are enjoying gospel music. So nikajiuliza, ala, kwani ni DJ ameamua for like an entire hour he'll just play gospel tracks? And I went into the comment section and I saw, hey, my friend, it's a rave and it's happening inside these particular clubs. So of course mixed reactions from several people. They are saying that that ground is not holy, because whatever happens there, for example, on Friday nights and Saturday nights, man, it shouldn't be associated with the gospel and the church. And I was like, okay. Because let's just be honest, in the clubs is where people consume lots of alcohol and other kinds of drugs. Also, a lot of prostitution takes place rather in the clubs, because hapo ndo unenanga kuokota madem, for lack of a better, na pia kuokota wanaume, because nowadays wote wanajiuza na wanajinunua na wananunuliwa. So people are saying and especially what happens in those toilets also. So how is it that people are comfortable having this rave in the clubs?
What's a rave?
A rave is that the clubbing, the music, dancing,
everything. That's the rave.
That's the rave.
That combo. Everything that goes in there, the debauchery, the what.
So
hiyo yote ni rave.
Tukisema twende rave na maanisha twende club. Let's go raving. Yeah. Okay. So these people anyway, they are converting these places into places of worship also. So the question here is it okay? Is it a bad thing? But of course, for the conservative Christians, they're like, yapana. A church is that holy ground where you go.
No, it is not. A church is the people.
Yes. Sasa sinakwambia for the conservatives in the comment sections who are complaining, they're like, apana, that place a lot of things happen.
Yes.
You know, people go there, people even die because of some of the things that they do, you know, because of the drugs and also just the violence that is also, usually in clubs. Actually, there's a friend of mine who was telling me about his brother who died in a club this particular. It was a club along Gong Road. And so I was thinking, you know, a lot of things happen. What
are the circumstances
of the death
that led to the death of this individual?
The matter is still under investigation. They do not know. He was just found dead in the club. He was found in the morning actually by the cleaners. They came now to clean up the area, and then they found this body on one of the staircases. So the things that happen in the clubs, city, you can imagine.
I can imagine.
Yes.
Clubs weren't invented in the 21st century. They've been there before.
Yeah. So they're saying that ground where you invited the devil last night and you danced with him.
So they imagine that the devil resides in a club.
So the devil was there last night, and then now this morning, that is a place where you go and kneel down and worship God. They're like, apana. This one, no.
It does raise certain moral issues. But how moral are they? Because it's just a space.
Mm-hmm.
There are clubs that have existed and have over time been overtaken by time, and they stop existing. And that space also still exists. Some of those spaces have been turned into offices. Some have been turned into restaurants. So it's a space. Just it. It's a space.
Yeah.
I understand the repugnance that people associate with the goings-on of a nightclub. But for many people, it's in their imagination. They haven't been to a nightclub. So they don't fully know what actually happens in a nightclub. The vast majority of people who go to nightclubs just want to drink and dance and socialize where there's loud music.
Yep.
That's really it. And meet with friends. Now, there's a lot of what could be determined as misbehavior or bad conduct or debauchery, as we call it.
Yes.
Yes, but that doesn't require a nightclub. A nightclub is probably a good facilitator because by virtue of the title night, it's night when there are no lights.
Yeah.
It's dark.
But even during the day, these places are usually very dark.
They're made that way. Yes.
There's a specific reason.
Yes. So, those who feel that they have a problem with such a place, and then perhaps they shouldn't go to such a place. Yes. They should go to a place which is open air.
Yeah.
A place where they can meet all manner of people.
Yeah.
And have all manner of interesting discussions. Yes.
I mean, I don't know. Personally, I wouldn't go to a church in a rave location, simply because I just want a different experience. I believe for me, a church is a place where there's good lighting and I can see my priest very well and get to listen to the word of God without necessarily thinking.
Are you suggesting that when you have a church service in a nightclub, the lighting is still the same as when you're in a nightclub doing nightclubby things?
I don't want to be in a place of worship where there's a pole here and I can imagine whatever was happening there last night and I'm trying to listen to the word of God.
Why do you go to a place that you cannot accommodate in the glare of sunlight? Why?
Siti ndio nakwambia, mimi kama mkatoliki tunaendanga kanisani. Sawa sawa. Anyway, that's that about that conversation. You can check it out. It's on page 3 of the Daily Nation, and have your thoughts if indeed you want to chime in there. But right now, though, we want to talk about the authoritarian playbook versus democracy. With us in studio is a human rights lawyer and a member of the African Judiciary's Research Network. He was actually here like 2 weeks ago. Evans Ogada. Evans, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Salama sana, good morning.
Tuko salama sana.
Why do you want to attend nightclubs in the form of a church?
I was just debating that story. I don't know if you've seen videos of of the churches that are taking place in nightclubs?
No.
All right. I'll probably share with you
Listen, Bwana.
a video or two.
You know something? Me, this nightclub issue, I'll tell you why I have the view I have.
Right.
Once upon a time, this work I was doing,
Yeah.
and we were working on an island which is part of the Mombasa County called Remba. Remba had a nightclub-ish bar.
Yeah.
It didn't have a hospital space. So 3 days in a week, we would actually have a clinic in this nightclub bar.
Yeah.
In the mornings, from around 9 to around 3. Because it was a space. We looked at it as a space.
Yeah.
There was a distinct smell of alcohol somewhere along the way, but it served as a clinic. And we did this for a while.
Yeah.
So when I talk about space, that was up until a hospital was built. Okay? But before then, we needed a space. And that was a good space where we conducted our business. So it was known during those hours as a place where you went to be checked, to be treated.
Okay.
Okay? But in the evening, God alone knows what happened.
Oh my goodness. Ogada, karibu sana.
Salama sana.
Siteta tuonesha mambo.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Asante sana.
I don't know if you've had the chance to look at some of these daily papers, but there's one thing that is very prominent here, and it's about the by-elections that are about to take place in Mbere, Malava, and other areas.
Yes.
What do you think, in your own opinion, of course, the outcome is going to be like? Are we going to see Kenyans choosing to go with Gava or choosing to go with opposition?
Well, the outcome for me does not matter much. What for me as a social scientist, as a lawyer, as a teacher, what matters for me is the process leading to the outcome.
Okay.
So far what I'm seeing, I am very worried because the level of violence, the language coming out of the mouths of many politicians, people like Musalia Mudavadi,
right,
have traditionally been very careful with what they say. The language I'm seeing from him is not the language of the Musalia Mudavadi of before.
Right.
Another thing that is worrying me is the overt and brazen involvement of cabinet secretaries in this politics. I wish to remind them, and we will not tire of reminding them, the Speaker of the National Assembly, these cabinet secretaries should not be involved in politics. This is a concern that the EACC should get involved in, Parliament should get involved in. They are violating the Constitution, they are violating Chapter 6, they are assailing Article 99 of the Constitution, which requires that cabinet secretaries essentially should be like civil servants, neutral, serving the public.
Yeah.
Yes.
But unfortunately, these public servants that you're talking about, they were literally cherry-picked, and they were leaders of their parties before taking up these positions of prime cabinet secretary, for instance, and speaker. So unfortunately, I mean, and I agree with you.
So the dictates of the Constitution do not...
No. I'm actually agreeing with Evans here. I'm saying that it's unfortunate that we are in this particular situation, yet they are the people who should actually know that once you take that oath of office, you disengage.
No. Actually, it's not unfortunate. It's fortunate because we have an opportunity for seeing the things as they actually are and for seeing those who are in positions of leadership for who they really are. There's no pretense here. Okay? These are people who cannot talk about the law with one side of their mouth and then break it with the other side of the mouth.
Yes.
We can see what the leadership has in terms of how they relate to the law and the Constitution. They disregard it completely. There's no pretense. This isn't an unfortunate situation. This is a very fortunate situation, and it's a very good one. And we should etch it in our mind, and it should be entrenched. Those who lead this country do not give a hoot about the Constitution, and they don't give a hoot about the law. So when you have police officers breaking the law, two guesses as to where they get the cue from. So we are fortunate. We can see. We don't need someone to tell us. We just need to see and hear. They're telling us in plain sight and in plain hearing. They do not regard the law.
All right. Authoritarianism.
Yes.
We did say that we were going to talk about it, and here we are.
And I'm back.
Give us an insight into what, for those, of course, who are wondering, what is this all about?
Well, we are living it. So you can clearly see the high-handedness across the region. Our brother here, Larry Madoho, is facing a lot of flack from a sister nation out here because of doing his work as a journalist and exposing what happened with the elections in Tanzania. And all those are ingredients of authoritarianism. You see what has been happening here for us. The clampdown, the abductions, media being shut down in the form of we don't want live broadcasts. All these are elements of authoritarianism. So simply for the listener today, one wondering what authoritarianism is about, authoritarianism simply is dictatorship and the tendencies that come out of it, because we have on paper governments that should live and practice democracy. And democracy, for those who are asking what democracy is a contraption of two Greek words, demos, kratos. Demos meaning the people, kratos meaning their say. So those two words were fused together to mean people having their say. And I hear our half-wit politicians always say that, democracy are alien concepts. I want to give them education for free. Democracy was ushered into the courts of Athens from reform measures brought in from the court of an African king called Cleithens. No, Cleithens was the Greek ambassador sent to study the courts of Kush and studied the methods of government, how things are run, borrowed that and took it back to Athens. And that was what the Greeks appropriated and called demos kratos. So democracy is essentially African. And you will look at all our histories. Africans used to consult, Africans used to reach decisions through consensus. When you became a dictator, Ogada wants to become a dictator and clamp down on the people and act inappropriately. The people destooled you. You know these things that these, again, half-wit politicians like when they're going for elections. They sit on three-legged stools. Those stools were symbolic. They were used to enthrone leaders. So that when you went against the ethos, the mores of the community, that stool was taken away from you. That is what we mean by destooling. So democracy, essentially and inherently African.
Right. Now, you mentioned something to do with Kush, and I just want to go back to that whole issue of Africa. Kush was around the area of Nubia, South Sudan, thereabout. Sudan area, basically. And because the history, I remember, is that, Africa was full of chiefs, kings, Akina Kabaka, the Haile Selassies and so on. At what point was democracy, can you say that democracy was really a big deal in the African region at the time?
You've traversed centuries. Haile Selassie came in
Juzi
20th century. Go back into history. You are Catholic by pronouncement and by belief and by practice. If you go back to even biblical times and you look at what is written in the Bible, you will find that people did practice democracy. You understood, if you are a priest, you belong to the priesthood. Okay? If you happened to be something else, that's what you belonged to. If you were a king, authoritarian, there were rules by which you were to abide as a king. Okay? Meaning, rules were set out. That's in biblical times. You're talking about around the Middle East. If you come to us, the Africans, we had always practiced democracy. Consensus was always at the heart of what Africans did. Always. Even when you hear of Shaka Zulu as he's presented by the Western world and dramatized and made, he didn't govern alone. No. He had people he consulted, and he had people without whom he would never been able to do what he did. It is how we went about our business. Now, the term Kush refers to this complexion that we have, essentially. Okay, if you follow that lineage, that is the lineage that actually ruled Egypt for very many centuries.
Yes.
That's the lineage you find in the Sudan, and that's why in the Sudan you find more pyramids than you do in Egypt.
Correct.
Okay, so just keep coming down. And then bring it to the 20th century when you documented how the African nations within, say, Kenya went about their business. It was consultative, my friend. It's not something that the
So
white man...
even with our kings, we still had some...
We didn't actually have kings. The person who was a leader was the person who stood out as the one who had achieved the most.
Yes.
It was your personal endeavors and the outcomes that made you the person whom people went to.
Yes.
We didn't have a king or chief in the Western style of the word. No, we didn't. Go ahead, Evans.
All right.
And you look at the big five kingdoms in Africa, the Great Zimbabwe, the Zulu kingdom, those kingdoms that Uncle City is referring to. Consensus. And when you became dictatorial, like the fall of King Shaka is attributed to him not listening to counsel and advice, and he faced several challenges, including the influx of colonization, disease, and those kind of
Even
factors.
internal rebellion.
Because he refused to listen to advice. And as Uncle City correctly says, we had institutions to check these leaders. Within the Zulu, the institution of the Queen Mother, that's a revered institution. You had the institution of Prime Minister, which has been there and was used to check the authority of the king, and it was supposed to be consultative. Look at, for example, the Luo here in Kenya. Felix Okat and the late good Professor Ogot have written extensively about this particular society and how decisions were made.
Okay.
So when I hear these half-wits, always calling them that, wake up and say democracy was brought to us, I look at them and shudder and ask, why do we suffer the misfortune of having these people not having anything between their ears, coming and spewing a lot of nonsense? I mean, it's usually a tragedy.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Interesting. I didn't know that part about, and like you said, people were sent from Athens to come and study Kush here in Africa.
Yes.
That is actually something I'll go and research further, and just because it gives me pride to know that indeed we were not that useless as people would like to paint us.
Actually, it's called Cleithenian reforms. Cleithenian reforms were studied. Forms of government, forms of organizing government, all that was borrowed from
Kush.
And contrary to these myths that we hear, like for example, when you hear about civil service neutrality, you will hear Western deposited education tell you that this was borrowed from reforms in some corner of Europe. Nah, go to China.
Yeah.
Which has been an older civilization. And civil service neutrality has a longer history in China, and including today, whereby, for example, for you to ascend into certain offices, you have to do exams, pass and study. Be passed, so that you assume certain offices, and you are expected to, number one, be patriotic, number two, to remain neutral. Your allegiance is to the state, not to an individual politician. Yes, sir.
All right. So because there's this thing that we see in Africa, which is largely these authoritarian leaders who seem to discard democracy, or they seem to think that democracy is what they decide.
Yes.
So at what point then did we get, because it looks like it's an African problem. Yes, other countries also have, other continents rather, also have their problems, but I feel like here in Africa it's more pronounced.
That comes with the aftershocks of colonialism. Remember the bad habits of the imposed colonial governors here. Kenyans certainly remember Evelyn Baring and what he did here in 1952 and what some of his predecessors did here. That is what some of African leaders borrow and mimic to the T so that they can consolidate power. You look at the example all over the continent, the image of the strong man. You're told you have to control things. This is a young democracy. And of course, with the help of Western powers who wanted to control things and continue to puppet things long after they had left. I am not saying anything new, but your listeners will remember, for example, of the Francophonie phenomenon, where for a long time, François Mitterrand and Jacques Chirac and all these French presidents, whereas they were physically not present in Africa,
yes,
but they deployed means to continue controlling things in Africa. And that is why you find this old man in Cameroon, 90 plus.
Yeah.
I don't know even if he's able to control his faculties. He's still president. Why? Because certain colonial interests have continued to prop him up and use him as somebody who perpetuates his interests. So there are various dynamics why these strongman tactical. Oh, of course, we cannot forget the Americans. Look at what they did with Mobutu. Mobutu was propped up by the CIA and George Bush Sr.
Yeah.
Look at Bodel Bokassa. The examples are there. Kenyatta here. The examples are there. Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I find that this is a problem that we are having alone as a continent, as much as, again, huko si mingi sana outside the continent. But yes, I agree with you, because this is a conversation that is currently being held on various platforms about how Western powers are still controlling former colonies back in Africa. So at what point then are we going to see an end to this? Because people have risen up, people continue to rise up, but I feel like the progress is quite slow in terms of just getting Africa back to its position.
We need to retrace our roots. How did we govern ourselves? What is our philosophical ethos? In Africa, I could not gobble and steal and have everything, and my neighbor is sleeping hungry. Uncle CT could not suffer indignity, not having food and clothes. Mbuvi, my brother, not able to do ABCD, but I'm happy to have flocks and herds of cattle in the name of opulence, wealth. Adam Smith's capitalism. That is something that comes into Africa with colonialism, whereby material wealth, material imagery matters. In among the Luo, for example, we have a concept called Wat, W-A-T.
Okay.
That means kinship, brotherhood, whereby you are a brother to another.
Yes.
People have heard Luos always claim Barack Obama as their own, much as he's an American.
Yeah.
That resonates from this concept called Wat, meaning they see him as one of their own because of some ancestral tie. That concept made sure that you were concerned about the other. Ubuntu. These are African concepts that we have cast and shed along the way. And where now we have politicians embrace the capitalist, the greed influence of my personal interest, so that people see no shame wearing belts that cost 200,000 and shoes that cost hundreds of thousands of shillings, steal from us and build mansions and everything around the country. Yet people are dying in hospitals. Greed. How many beds can you sleep
One. Just one.
How many houses can you sleep in at one given time?
Just one.
Why should I have 10, 20 villas? And they need to remember. Look at what happened with Mobutu Sese Seko.
Yeah.
Mobutu was buried in some very small space in Morocco. Look at his palace, his erstwhile palace in Badolite. It was left to the elements.
It's
is run
away.
down. It's wasted away. Look at John Bedell Bokassa. You accumulate all this, but nobody will enjoy it. And to the contrary, look at what Mwalimu Nyerere left behind. Nyerere became richer or earned much more after the presidency. In fact, I'm told that when he left the presidency, I think in 1985, the man had nothing to his name. He actually had to benefit from a very small house and some modest stipend from the state. So he earned much more money later from talks and other engagements after he left office. So when you do these things, steal, loot, the model is not going to be replicated. You're not going to do anything new under the sky. You steal, you loot, you will have problems. And look at our own country. Those people who have been in office and looted, we know them. I'll not mention them.
Right.
Look at long after they've gone. There are cases in courts about their estates. People fighting and looting. The companies and the empires they built come crumbling. There is profit in tracing our African ethos. You cannot think of yourself so selfishly, stealing from public coffers, running around telling us that you're giving us money in Harambes and everything, and thinking that, oh, this will prop you up as an authoritarian.
Yeah.
It will not succeed. It will not work.
In a country like Kenya, where we are over 50 million, how is it that the options that we have in terms of deciding who will become MCA, MP, senator, woman rep, or whatever, all the way to the presidency, in a country of 50 million people, majority of these folks that are presented to us have got questionable character, and we still end up voting for them?
But Paul, that isn't actually true. We are presented with people of all manner of backgrounds. The group you speak of may appear to be the most prominent because they're the ones who splash around the most money. But we do have people who speak truth to power, who speak truth to the economics, to speak truth about poverty. They actually speak about things that need to be done the right way. But what drowns their message? Because it's not as though they don't have the message.
Yes.
The message is drowned. Why? Because over time, we have been socialized into a certain way of thinking. Every time people talk about politics, you'll say the Kenyan politics. And when you talk about the Kenyan politics, people understand it. It's the politics where a lot of money is spent. So anytime someone talks to you about seeking to vie for a seat, you know, I only have 50 million. You ask him, explain to me why you must spend 50 million for whatever it is that you want. Then they explain to you why they must spend it. The explanation falls short of the one thing that they should be talking about: how they are going to change the lives of the people whose votes they are seeking. The process is more important than the people. Because even right now, listen to the narratives in the by-elections. Tell me, which of these candidates do you hear of coming up with a plausible, rational way of improve the lives of the people? If you ask this one, they'll tell you, but if you do that, you lose the election. Then the point is, then you don't really want to help people. What you want is to promote yourself. Okay? Because if you really wanted to help people, there's a selflessness that goes with bringing about change. Our own history tells you this. The people who are recognized as the founders of this country, they had nothing. At the time they were fighting for independence, they had nothing. Literally, they had nothing. They didn't have this material wealth we speak of. But they had a voice, they had a position.
Charisma.
Yes. And that's why people supported them. We've lost this thing along the way, and we keep losing it with every electoral cycle. So that the conversation about our politics is no longer what the politician ought to do for you, but how much money he is going to spend.
And the ebbs into which we are falling are tragic, because the other day one of my brothers was telling me that he had seen a video of certain politicians giving candy, sweets, peremende to grown-up citizens of this country.
That was in Embu.
Sweets, so that is a campaign tool. I mean, Wakenya,
People like sweets.
let us respect ourselves, and perhaps to add on what Uncle CT is saying. Look at how the path to limitation of electoral choices is manicured, how it is created, be it in Tanzania, in Uganda, in Kenya here, albeit with some little bit of citizen resistance. There are three things that I would want us to focus on in terms of how that limited space is achieved by these dictators and pseudo-dictators. Number one, authoritarian legalism. Then we have national security doctrine. Then the third one is what I call the state of exception. So let me explain the first one, authoritarian legalism. This is where you use institutions, legal institutions, and language to legitimize repression. You see, for example, the various laws that have been there in Parliament. Computer misuse.
The Cybercrimes Act.
Cybercrimes Act. Yeah? The interest is to control the narrative. Mr. Mbove and Kositi should not come on air and speak freely because we want to superintend over what they're saying. And look at textbook. Look at what is happening in Tanzania. Larry Madoho invites the administration there, come and give us your comment on what we have received. We have verified this. It looks authentic. What is your comment? They refuse to comment. Larry and CNN go on record to air, do their work essentially.
Yes.
Once it is out, what do? These are foreign subversive elements. We warn you, be careful with what you're saying. At some point you were told that information is supposed to be obtained from one central source. We have seen this before in this country.
Yes, we have.
The Ministry of Information. These parrots that sound like Communist Party apparatchiks, they will parrot the nonsense regurgitated, vomiting all over us in the name of keeping the state line, controlling information, controlling sources of information. And now they're having it difficult because media and communication has become a hydra, particularly with social media. And that is why you see them very keen on controlling social media, using all manner of devices. Let's go to the next one, the national security doctrine. Security, peace will be used to do anything and everything under the sky. Such that something that perhaps is quote unquote offensive or a threat to an individual becomes a national security threat. Minister so, President so is found with his hand in the cookie jar. You have misconducted yourself. But in the name of national security, media should not air it. Media should not ask questions. Corruption scandals in government, national security, we are not going to allow you to air that. When citizens demonstrate, we need peace.
You're disturbing the peace.
You're disturbing the peace. For quote unquote investments, waekezaji, so that you kill and bludgeon our young ones on the street in the name of what? National security.
Keeping the peace.
Keeping the peace. The third one, what we call the state of exception. And this is for those of you who are reading, and like you, somebody like you also who likes reading. There's somebody called Giorgio Agamben. Giorgio Agamben is an Italian theorist. He's the one who came up with this theory of exception. Now, the theory of exception is you suspend the law under the pretext of protecting it.
Like what they do when a military junta takes over.
Yes.
They suspend the constitution.
Yes. Look at what happened with our Gen Zs here. Giorgio Agamben textbook. You bring in the military, contrary to Article 58 of the Constitution, and then you say, you go deploy as a national security measure. You've essentially suspended the Constitution in the name of what? The state of exception. You beat people to a pulp.
Yes.
In the name of, we cannot demonstrate now, we cannot speak right now because we have to keep the peace.
Yes.
So you suspend it in the name of
keeping the peace.
Keeping the peace. So these are the tools that authoritarians use, and you'll find that template being used all over. And particularly right now, where we are seeing a seesaw of some moves, some strides towards increasing our democratic capacities in Africa, Madagascar, Kenya with the 1-2 demonstrations we've seen. But again, with the repression that you're seeing all over, the militarization of politics, the pauperization of people. Look at what they've done. So that you become an object to be controlled. You give people candy, sweets. You have reduced them to that level of cheapness. Article 28 of the Constitution speaks of dignity. How dare you go to my home village and give an 80-year-old woman a sweet worth less than 10 shillings?
Actually, the ones they were being given, it's that bag that has 100 sweets. You probably get it for like 70 bob.
And they will probably share and fight over.
Yeah. And people lined up.
That's demeaning.
People lined up to receive those sweets.
That is demeaning.
Yeah.
Demeaning.
People lined up, City. I don't know if you watched that video.
I didn't watch it.
I have it on my phone. I'll show you.
It's painful. It's painful. You know, you need to ask yourself the mindset that sees that as a good campaign tool. How on earth are you going to improve people's lives by giving them sweets? Because the whole point of wanting to be a member of parliament is that you represent the people. Okay? Their aspirations, the immediate needs that they have, and whatever developmental prospects they may envision.
Yep.
Where do sweets come into this particular equation?
Bro, people lined up.
I know they did.
And now that Uncle City has brought the term parliament, representation in parliament, what does parliament mean? Parliament is draws from the French terms parlement. Parlement meaning to speak for. Parler, to speak. So when you are elected, essentially your role is not to dole out state resources or to give people quote-unquote goodies as they speak. Yours is to go to parliament and articulate their concerns. My people don't have water. My people don't have roads. And devolution was supposed to cure this so that we stop having this pork barrel politics whereby teen gods, these half-wits we have in offices as presidents and prime ministers, don't use that as a way of manipulating situations to their advantage. Devolution was to cascade resources and politics at micro levels, whereby people are able to decide on resources and on important questions at micro levels. What do our politicians do? Number one, because we like titles, I have to be called His Excellency. My wife or my girlfriends have to be called Her Excellencies. Yeah? We are trapped on this cycle of big
Power.
titles. And then you go down there and take the bad culture of stealing and looting and repression back to the grassroots level. You've seen stories of these governors down Mashinani, abducting activists, organizing for beating and terrorizing people. We have a problem as a country with these politicians. We have a problem.
Democracy, I was told by someone here, is more or less a system whereby the majority have their way and then the minority have their say. But we are in a situation whereby that small minority leadership in parliament, the 300 or so individuals, having their way all the time, and the rest of us 50 million plus here wondering which direction, where our say, yet we are the majority. And I am certain when you talk to individual Kenyans, regardless of their political affiliation, will actually tell you that what they're experiencing, what they're going through is bad, So at what point will the citizenry wake up and realize that they actually hold the power? Because I feel like we are told And we are told every single time, even during campaigns, we are told, nyinyi ndio mtaamua. But
well, do we really need to be told?
That's why I'm saying that we already know. Forget even being told, we know. Tunajuanga sisi ndio tuko na kura, because at the end of the day, anyway, I'm the one who's going to elect you. You won't elect yourself.
What is it that happened to us? Why? How did we morph into this group of people who can be enticed with candy? How did we morph into this group of individuals who can line up to receive 50 shillings, 100 shillings, 200 shillings, 500 shillings if it's a lot? How did this process take place to the point where in reality we actually lost? Because by the time you get to that particular stage as a nation and as a citizen, you are lost. Where somebody comes up to tell you that they want this leadership position, they want you to vote for them, and then they proceed to give money to as many people as possible. And that in your mind is fine, and you even justify it by saying they will do nothing when they get elected, so let's take the money now. Right, let's make the money 5,000 shillings, so that it's a decent amount, shall we? Okay, for every, and that is a place where the population that is voting is, say, 30,000, and you have 5,000, right? How much is that in shillings? 5,000 per person, and the 30,000 people.
That's close to 1.5 billion, I think.
150 million.
Let me just do that math real quick. But yes, continue.
Now, 150 million. This individual, when he's elected, will receive more than that per year as part of his NGCDF to come and spend on you. In 5 years, it'll be $1 billion. All right? Now, so what is the guarantee that even this money that he gets, that is if they don't remove it, he will actually use it for the purposes that he says? That's number one. What is it that guarantee that he will even listen to you? Because the whole purpose of the vote is that he listens to you and then goes and demands what it is that you want in that august house. What the leadership should do is to remove you from this position that I've described, to make you understand that they really are your representatives and that what you want is what is important. So let me raise the question again. What is it that do you see and find in our electioneering that points to people who aspire to this position actually, the word we use is empowering, I don't like the word, making the people get to a point where they understand the very pivotal position that they hold in the nation. That's why we're called the sovereign. How many leaders do you hear of who take the time to get people to understand their role as a sovereign? Because when the sovereign know their position, they're in a position to hold you to account.
Yes.
Laws are created because the human nature is understood.
Yes.
They will act contrary to what you consider to be the law. And what is the law? The law is what guarantees that the common good is catered for. That's why the law exists. And that's why there are consequences to it, because it is understood there are people who will abrogate it. And because of that understanding, there is a provision that is provided so that you deter people from doing it.
Yes.
Now, why do you have three arms of government? It is for the same reason. And by that, they're independent. Completely independent. That's the whole purpose of it. You know, I've told you about the Luo nation, Paul.
Yes, you have.
And I've explained to you why it is you find women from that nation as vocal as they are. Our process of determining disputes involved an entire community, and it was a whole day affair. It could even extend to the following day. And everyone was allowed to speak. Women were allowed to attend and to speak. And when you spoke, you were asked, are you through? That's when the next person was allowed to speak.
Yes.
So we are a debating society, us. That's how we have been socialized over time.
Yes.
And there is no voice that is actually considered to be more important than the other.
Yes.
But that is not the case that we see now. We find that there are cases where people feel that because you have elected them, let me repeat, you have elected him, his voice is better than yours, and it is you who has elected them. Is that not the complete definition of nonsense?
It is.
And to what Uncle City is saying,
yes,
we realized that democracy has been facing structural changes all over the world. so that this three arm of government structure is being changed all over the world. So you look at countries like Mexico, Kenya here, South Africa, Rwanda. We have brought in what we call the fourth column, constitutional commissions. And constitutional commissions are supposed to play two roles: oversight and regulation over the traditional three branches, so that the ombudsman, Kenya Human Rights Commission, IBC should play oversight and regulation. What are we doing currently? We send people into these commissions, people who know nothing, people who want to be career commissioners, people who still think of, when you go into this commission, you think of yourself as the traditional civil servant. I've quarreled with them on this for some time, because if they did their work and did it properly, we will not probably in this mess embedded at these levels. Another thing that the Constitution borrowed, owing to the continued change and realignment and adaptation of political principles, public participation. Public participation at Article 10, a major principle of the Constitution. Look at Article 118, public participation in parliamentary affairs. Again, a requirement. What is public participation? What we have been saying here. The civitas, the people being involved and engaged in processes. So that you don't say, I am speaking on behalf of Mr. Mbuvi or Uncle CT, and you did not consult him down there. You want to make priority choices on building a road or X and Y policy legislative choices. Talk to your representative so that we bridge what we call the democratic deficit. You are invigorating the life of democracy because it died along the way. What have our people been doing? Our people think public participation is a courtesy. It's just a name there. You talk to people, I will do what I want. But Parliament is not necessarily representing us. And we are not saying anything new. No less than Dr. William Ruto Kiprichir Samway, PhD, University of Nairobi, told us that these MPs are corrupt. They are taking money from my people in the executive. And when you have such a damning statement from the head of state, what does that mean? So now I go to the question that you asked.
Yes.
How do we, as a citizenry, reverse the course? So number one, we have to think of legal counter strategies. We have to go to court the way we normally go to ring fence the constitution. If we leave it to these people, the politicians, they will kill this constitution and we will go. This is another conversation will be had another day. We have what we call the VIMA constitution. The VIMA constitution, that is the constitution that was very good on paper, but was not well protected. It died and brought us Adolf Hitler.
Okay.
Another conversation. Let us ring fence the constitution by using legal strategies. Civil mobilization, civic mobilization. Mobilize wherever you are. Mobilize, continue demanding, activists, journalists, wherever you are. Ask those questions. Transnational solidarity. What is happening in Tanzania is not far removed from us. Do not see your brother suffering and think that you are far off. Please stand in solidarity with them. Stand in solidarity with those in Uganda. When Kiza Besigye is kidnapped and treated the way he's treated, tomorrow it will be you. And as Martin Nemola asks, when they have come for everybody, who will defend you? Digital resilience. The civic space is becoming fast and front and center in terms of democracy and democratic protection. Let us use that platform. Let us use those platforms to counter disinformation, to organize securely, to send the message. Let us be active in those spaces. That is how we are going to counter these authoritarian tendencies we are seeing.
Right.
Yes.
Evasagada, thank you so much for coming in, for having this conversation. I feel like in those few minutes that we've had this conversation, I have, learnt a lot. And obviously now I need to get back and just check out. There's so much we can actually learn from the civilization of Africa before what we know it as today.
Oh, yes.
So much we can learn.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Mother Africa.
Yeah, and you've said it rightly when you said we need to go back to that time, or at least embody some of those particular values that we had way before our forefathers had them.
Tap into our spirit.
Yes.
Yes.
We need to. Thank you so much. Again, we invite you kama kawaida. Today we've talked about authoritarianism. Perhaps another conversation shall emerge about perhaps what we need to do now and focus literally. And I feel like we can actually do that. Just focus on what the citizens can do to reverse and get back to our tracks. All right?
Thank you, sir.
We're taking a short break, but when we return, of course, the conversation continues right here on The People's Breakfast.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Visiting Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has praised Kenya's affordable housing program as a mark of great leadership by President William Ruto. Speaking during a state banquet in his honor at State House, Nairobi, as he began his official visit to Kenya, the Prime Minister drew similarities between Malaysia and Kenya's programs targeting the poor.
One aspect that also is particularly exciting for me because I am, like you, very passionate about poverty alleviation, about housing for the poor, for the masses. And when I learned this ambitious program, over 150,000 units of housing, affordable housing and housing for the poor, I mean, this exemplifies the spirit of a remarkable leadership.
Ibrahim's visit to Kenya is expected to boost diplomatic and economic cooperation between Kuala Lumpur and Nairobi, with particular focus on digital economy, housing, and education. The United Opposition is accusing leaders allied to Kenya Kwanza administration of plotting to interfere with upcoming by-elections in their strongholds. The coalition insists that any such attempt will not succeed, vowing to use the mini polls to make a decisive political statement. Led by Jubilee Party Deputy Leader Dr. Fred Matiang'i, the opposition team on Sunday embarked on an intensive campaign tour across Nyamira County to campaign for Jeremiah Ongaro, the UPA candidate in the Ekaranyo by-election.
Hawa wakubwa wa security tulifanya kazi na wao wengi na tunawajua vizuri sana. The Inspector General of Police, Mr. Kanja. Unajua kuna namna ya kuendesha watu namna hii na ushenzi, anapo wanafikiri hivyo ndivyo nchi inapaswa kuendeshwa. Wakenya hawezi kukubali maneno kama haya. Na tusiharibu nchi yetu kwa sababu ya siasa duni na mambo ya pesa na upumbavu kama huo.
Malava's by-election has taken a dramatic turn after Democratic National Alliance candidate Job Burudi Manyasi abruptly quit the contest and declared his support for United Democratic Alliance candidate David Ndakwa. The announcement was made on Sunday in Kakamega, where Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi personally received Manyasi into the UDA camp. Speaking about his decision, Manyasi said it followed a deep assessment of Malava's priorities.
Tukiangalia wale wanakombania zile vyama zinapigania kiti cha Malava, saa hii between 2025 na 2026 ni serikali pekee inaweza kutupatia hizo. Wale wengine saa hii wanapigania 2027. Wanasema mambo ya one term. Saa hii Malava haijui one term. Malava inataka development. Ndio tumeamua na watu wangu kwamba mimi nisonge nyuma, nijiuzulu na nisaidie mgombea wa serikali apite.
3 people died in a fatal road accident on Sunday at Moa Bridge near Chumbi Market on the Mombasa-Nairobi highway in Machakos County. At the River East Sub-County Police Commander Anderson Bae said the deceased include a 32-year-old female passenger, the matatu driver, and a 51-year-old male passenger. Mbae said the accident was caused by unregistered lorry traveling from Mombasa towards Nairobi, which veered into the wrong lane and collided head-on with a matatu. At least 90 people have died and 12 are missing after days of heavy rains in Vietnam led to flooding and landslides. The Vietnamese government says 186,000 homes have been damaged across the country, with more than 3 million livestock swept away. Officials estimate there has been hundreds of millions of pounds worth of damage. The floods are the latest extreme weather event to hit Vietnam in recent months. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Jude Bellingham scored one and assisted another as Real Madrid returned to the top of the La Liga despite being held to a draw by Elche. The England midfielder fired Kylian Mbappe's cutback into the net with 3 minutes remaining to secure a point for Xabi Alonso's side, who had trailed twice at the Estadio Manuel Martinez Valero. Alex Fabregas had given mid-table Elche the lead 8 minutes into the second half, poking his shot past Real Madrid goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois. Dinhausen prodded home Bellingham's knockdown to restore parity 12 minutes from time, only for Alvaro Rodriguez to put the home side back in front, but Madrid had the final say with Bellingham's third goal in his last 4 La Liga appearances. Lionel Messi scored again as Inter Miami beat Cincinnati to reach the MLS Eastern Conference Final for the first time. The Argentina forward opened the scoring with a first-half header, his 6th goal in 4 MLS postseason games. Messi went on to provide 3 assists, setting up Matteo Silvetti and twice Tadeo Allende in Cincinnati. Messi's 12 goal contributions in the postseason is an MLS record. And that's your sport update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. We also have Siti Muga in studio, and our guest is already here. But before we get to him, Chani Salimia, Victor Odhiambo. Victor Odhiambo is asking, good morning, guys. Are we having by-elections or a general election? The temperatures are very high, especially in Kasipul, Malava, and Mbere. I even forgot there's one in Ugunja and Magarini. Yes, indeed. Actually, because we have a politician in studio, wacha tumuulize. Mheshimiwa Bilo Kero, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you.
You have seen what is happening around the country as far as the by-elections in different areas are concerned. We have Mbere, kuna Magarini, kuna Malava. But the one that is very loud and prominent is the one in Mbere. Why do you believe that is so?
First, let me congratulate Radio Generation. It's the first time I'm here. RG.
Karibu sana.
When I saw the name RG first, I was worried.
You thought it was
I thought I was in the wrong place. I thought it was Rigiji.
Okay.
So congratulations on Radio Generation.
Asante.
The answer to your question is pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, the Mount Kenya is a battle between Rigiji and his former boss.
All right.
And this is why there is so much heat in Mbere. Because the opposition, led by Rigiji, had said we'll teach Ruto a lesson. And Ruto wants to show that he still has some clout in Mount Kenya.
Okay.
So I think it's a do or die for both. I mean, if they opposition or Rigiji misses or ends up with a steel bath on their, as they say, the firstborn, that would be a disaster.
Right.
But I think by-elections are generally very, very hotly contested because the attention is focused only 2-3 spots. The rest of the country is not an election. So then the entire political weight of the respective parties is brought upon that particular consistency award. So that's why there's a lot of in fact, by-elections are not very easy. They're usually very complicated because everyone will be there,
right?
And so there's a lot of pressure,
right? You've been a member of parliament for Mandera Central. You have been a senator as well, so you understand the nitty-gritties of just campaigning. And right now we are seeing very heavy campaigning, as much as now I think the campaign period is over. We are now waiting for the election itself. But what do you think the people of Mbere, or where do you see the people of Mbere wakilali ama hii ni kitu tutajua wakishapiga hiyo kura?
Let me tell you, from what I'm seeing on the news, it's difficult to call. Because there are two very powerful forces from Mount Kenya also on the competing. There's Kindiki, who wants to really, for him, it's
do or die.
It's a do or die. If he can't deliver that one, then his chances of getting his job back in 2027 would be pretty hard.
Okay.
On the other hand, is a new Rigiji who must also prove that he's the kingpin of Mount Kenya. But I think the reason why I'm saying it's very difficult to call is there's a lot of things at play. There are, as is common with our elections, there's a lot of money that's being paid, which is quite significant and can impact on the elections. By elections also, the turnout generally is poor. I mean, people get to feel that there's not much difference really. Whoever you take to parliament, they took someone to parliament, and he ended up as a minister. So I think. So from my experience, really, it's going to be very difficult to
call it right now.
To call it right now, it could go either way. Although generally in by-elections, the history of this country, when you look at the sample of all for the last 40-50 years, the incumbency or the president or the current government normally takes most of the lion's share in by-elections.
Okay.
Because they have all the opportunity. They play all the cards, including trying to do some development. The tractors will be there, the bulldozers will be clearing roads, and everything will be done to try and get people to see that you are better off in this system now than to be out there outside the fence in the opposition,
in the cold,
and the guys get employed, and there are a lot of things that governments can do to try and really pull when they're in power.
We also have elections in Banissa. We are not hearing of those ones.
Yeah, sort of ignored, right?
Yeah. Well, not ignored.
No, I mean you don't see it on the news.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa, that's the media for you. Because I'm of the view the media is hyping specific areas and
correct
with good understanding. Rigiji lives in the media. Okay, Kindiki has entered that space. Okay, but all these by-elections are for members of parliament. But we in the media, we are either in Mbere,
or Malava,
kidogo, Malava, Kasipul. They might as well not be a by-election. Banissa now, people don't know. Magarini, they'll ask you, where is Magarini?
Actually, Magarini ilikuwa imesaulika.
Yes, it's the media. Because the prominence that you see is given by the media. So you have to ask the question is, what does the media benefit by highlighting the areas they're highlighting?
But also, please continue.
You know, it's not only about this by-election, but the media in Kenya has generally been biased over the years towards Mount Kenya. This unfortunately has been, even when it is interviews, just watch all the mainstream media houses. Members of parliament from Mount Kenya will be given unlimited number of interviews primarily on TV. You would not see them invite some fellow from Banissa to come and talk to them, or from Magarini to come and talk to them. It's like everything is about Mount Kenya. The opposition, if the MP is quarreling, it is the ones in Mount Kenya that are both called. If it is the parties, it's the one from Mount Kenya that. So this hyping of a particular region is more important than the rest of the country has been played out for many years. I remember when I was a shadow finance minister in 2003, Professor Macau, now an advisor, one time he told me, it's unfortunate you are from Northeastern.
Yes.
If you are from any other part of the country, you'd have been a very popular guy. But because you're there, then you're given less media attention, whatever you do. So this has been a trend. That's why then you'll find, even if it's an MCA's election, in that part will be more important than other. And this is a bias of the media on many aspects of the political space.
But in our defense, I did host a member. What are they called? He was vying for Banisa a couple of weeks ago, and we had a conversation.
You can't even remember his name?
No, I remember him. He's called Adan, but he defected. He was on a DCP ticket then.
Oh yes,
yeah, you know him, right?
Yeah.
Aliamua kuhama akaenda mali alienda. But that's that. I mean, also an aspirant is the name I was looking for. But also think some of the individuals in these positions, the politicians, the aspirants, whatever you want to call them. Because I've invited a few actually, and they keep on saying nitakuja, and they never arrive. So perhaps also kazi kwao na kazi kwenu.
Let's agree to disagree.
Actually, there's an aggression that one sees with politicians from a certain region with respect to airing their views when it comes to media prominence, and less in the other. But that isn't really our function as the media. We should seek people out. If we want to give the nation a complete 360 of what is happening, it's a by-election. Everyone who is involved in a by-election, every region should actually get equal airtime. So when you ask, we can say, do you know, we did ask people.
And it's the law, by the way, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, in the elections is a law.
Yes.
You must give adequate airtime. Yes, it's a law.
So we need to be able to say in our defense, we asked somebody from Kasipul.
Yes.
This is the number of times we've called. They have not responded. Banisa, we've called ABCD, who is there. We should be able to say, this is what we have done, and they haven't come. But these other fellows whom we've looked for, they have come.
Even for the parties, equal, it's there. That's why you find after elections, media tries to, how much time did so-and-so appear? This party of Ruto, this party of Uhuru. Because the law requires some sort of equitability in terms of the time that has been given to the respective parties.
You see, we can't defend ourselves very successfully.
Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is you only need to look at our papers to actually look at how it is we even frame our headlines. And in many instances, you can see a bias. You can say, but the way this thing is being presented doesn't quite represent what is actually happening. Yes. Now, unfortunately, with that, you'll either be accused of siding with a certain political side, or it'll be you are against a certain political side.
Actually, again, and this is just an observation. I have seen people from the mountain. These are politicians from the mountain, very aggressive as far as looking for these opportunities are concerned.
Yes.
Sometimes to a point whereby we have to tell them, Mheshimiwa, we've hosted you 3 times already in this month. Hosting you again itakani kama tuko na agenda, so it gets to a point where you have to tell them, can we give it a break and let's wait until next month at the very least, because of that particular aggressiveness that I think the politicians from the mountain usually have, and perhaps other regions also need to consider being equally as aggressive.
And now you need to go to parliament. You will be proved wrong. You see, why would a member of parliament want to be here? It's based on what is actually trending.
Yes.
If every time the focus is on his region, is Kiambu MP and Mbere MP, and they want to be here to give their respective views on different,
and also to ride on that,
popularity. That's why it's the hit that is created in the media about that particular area. Then it becomes very important. You want to be here every day. You want to be. Moses Kuria comes. I want to say this. The other one opposite him says I want. So that's why. But otherwise, if you did the same in Mombasa or if you did it in Kisumu or other parts of the country, they will all want to be here so that they also get a mind.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and we shall see. Again, it's an observation. But today we want to focus a little bit on, the proposed financial year 2026-2027, and of course, medium-term budget and the state of the economy. I'd like us to start from the state of the economy, Mheshimiwa. What is your observation as a political analyst, political economist? What is the state of the nation as far as our economy is concerned?
In one answer, probably I would say it's the state of the economy. I would say it's fair.
Okay.
It could be better, and it was worse. 2 or 3 years ago, what we were talking about in this media houses was completely different. The situation was extremely bad in 2023, the way they were doing things, and today it's looking up. And there are areas where there are positive developments, very, very positive developments, and there are areas which impact on the economy where there has been no development or it's got worse. For example, on the bigger picture, when you look at, because when you look at the economy in globally, there are bigger pictures that you look at, like the macroeconomic issues. The general people would, if say IMF or World Bank or other institutions would be looking at Kenya, they will see things are looking up because they're looking at the macro, the bigger pictures. They're looking at what is the GDP growth? Is it growing? Yes, it's growing, 4.8 or whatever. They will look at the exchange rate. What is it today? What was it? It's more stable and it's come down. They will look at the interest rates. They will look at the inflation has come down from almost double digit to less than 4.8, 4.5. So they look at all those things and they say yes. And this is the same data that people like Moody's and these credit rating agencies have used to try and tweak it up better than what it was a year ago. But when you kind of come down to Kenyans, it's a different matter. I mean, you look at what is the situation on the ground. Do people have money in their pockets? Is the cost of living better? Are people able to get jobs? Their job creation, and those are the things that again are the key indicators of that performance on the macro level.
Yes.
So when you look at the in some areas, yes, you would say there has been, for example, on the cost of living, you would say yes, we were buying fuel at a very high, expensive price has come down, the cost of food has come down, and things are generally getting a bit better. But it did not translate into more jobs. There are still many Kenyans who are struggling to get jobs. The incomes are really still very very bad. Things are. So you would say yes, there is some progress, but still a lot that needs to be done.
And the president gave the State of the Nation address. I think it was on Thursday, and he mentioned a couple of things. For example, he mentioned things to do with agriculture. He talked about transport, the road network and the way they want to expand it. But some of the key conversations that I think affect Kenyans directly weren't touched on, yet they impact the economy very, very largely. For example, education. We have a lot of people going to school. They're unable to afford school. They're unable to afford because of capitation. They ask for more money and so on and so forth. Then there's this other issue of university graduates who've graduated. They're getting out here unable to get jobs, and also just even within the universities, research has really declined and deteriorated. The level of research we would expect from our tertiary institutions is really, in my opinion, really wanting. So there are things that Kenyans would have expected him to actually talk about and mention, our healthcare system and so on and so forth. And these are things that if affect us directly in our pockets. Why do you think that is so?
Well, he did, I think, talk about education and how much money has gone to education. That when he came in, it was 490 billion. Now I've taken it to over 770 billion. Education, I think, in every government we've had since independence has taken nearly a third of our budget expenditure. That is taken. But the question is more about the management of education in the country.
Yes.
The president tried to tweak with the way, for example, funding of universities is done, or the students' loans is done, and I think that really messed up quite a few things.
Yes,
universities have gone in the red. They don't have the money. So the money is there, 770 billion you are given, but how is that now managed? What are your priorities? One would have thought that because there are no competition, schools are complaining they're not getting their money. Yet you have given the money, the resources are there, they have been approved. So where is it? Why are primary schools, not getting the capitation? Why are the universities in the red? Why are lecturers always on strike because you can't follow through on the CBA and so forth. So it's more of the usual problem we've had of mismanagement of resources, prioritization. When resources are being allocated, then the way you again end up prioritizing within the ministry, of corruption. For example, we were told a lot of money that goes to capitation goes to fake schools that don't exist and so forth. So I think, so the resources are there, but it's the management of education which really needs to be improved. On some areas, he did improve. For example, teachers was one of the main challenges. So they've managed to get, tens of thousands of teachers recruited. Something that has been very difficult for many years. Even during the time of Kibaki, IMF, World Bank, these guys have always said no, because of wage bill we can't allow. But I think they've done pretty well in terms of recruiting. In terms of transitioning also to CBC and putting up so many classrooms, they took work in progress. They took over work in progress on that. I think they did quite well also on that. But I agree with you that one would have expected, and Kenyans expected, that free primary education was introduced by 20 years ago. 20 years later, Kenyans would have expected we would now move to free secondary education, or at least in tertiary. But we seem
to be stagnant.
Despite all the efforts Kenyans are making, education has become pretty expensive. Yeah, so I think that's the reason. I agree with you that's why Kenyans are not very happy. It's very expensive. The way education is now, school books, what fees, and so many things. So on the other issues, we can look at the others once we are done with education.
I mean, health has also been a bone of contention as far as its funding is concerned, and then now it's management. And I'm glad that you introduced that aspect of management, because I feel like if we were just to take care of the management part, the finances might sort themselves out. The wastage, the corruption, that one has been a big thorn in the flesh. Do
we have any other problem? I thought that is the main problem.
That's the main problem. Yes, actually, you're right. That has been the thorn in the flesh. So why has it been so? And this one is not just even in the KK priority. Government alone, even in previous governments.
It's not a priority. When you look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, they call it BETTER. That is the government's blueprint. This government's, and is anchored on 5 areas you've seen that they always talk about. We'll come to later, but it doesn't include corruption, which is the elephant in the room. It doesn't include that, because the challenge we have had in this country is not about collecting revenue or resources. It's about how to spend it. We are the richest country in the region. Now we've even gone to number 6 in Africa. So we're one of the richest in Africa. So when you are rich and you're still wearing tattered clothes, it means you don't know how to spend your money.
It's very true.
Yeah, so I think unless a government focuses on dealing with that issue of corruption, on mismanagement of resources in every aspect, wastage, inefficiencies, lack of misplaced priorities, and all those things, we will not get out of this hole.
So one of the things that seems to be a carryover from one government to the other is corruption. I say this because if I was looking at an article that was referring to the Auditor General's report on the year 2018 to 2013, and they're talking about a very huge amount of money, 2.97 trillion shillings borrowed over that period of time. Yet what ended up in the consolidated account was 2.67. So there's some 300 billion that one is not certain as to where it went. Then when you look at this money, the first order, we're told, the business of the consolidated fund, if I may call it a business, one of the things they do is to meet our financial obligations. Okay? A very sizable portion of that money, 558 billion, went into paying debts. Now, when you do the maths, the first question you ask is, so this 300 billion that didn't go into the consolidated account, where did it go to? I'm merely raising the question that the Auditor General raised.
Yes.
And then the Auditor General also asked, okay, we paid that debt. We also know that some of that money went into just expenditure, regular, normal expenditure. Okay. Says, but that already goes against the law. You're not supposed to borrow to do that. You're actually not. The law is clear. You cannot borrow to do the things that we're doing with the money. The money ought to have been borrowed for development. Now, that is the year, and it entered the first year of the Ruto government. Now, so he inherited this problem. Now, in Ruto's time, we are told to date he's borrowed probably close to 3 trillion. Okay? Which is good, because meaning he's going to catch up with the previous government. What the previous government did in 2 terms, it looks like they're going to catch up within 1 term. Okay? But then now you tell me, look at the repayment burden that we are now suddenly going to have. So it means it doesn't matter how much money we collect, how much revenue we realize, we are still going to be in a position where close to, if not more than a half of whatever revenue we have is going to go to paying debts. And then whatever remains is what you're supposed to spread. And so in order to meet the obligation of the budget, you're going to have to borrow. So it looks like we're in a situation that we're never really going to get out of. And all these people who talk about wanting to be president or wanting to lead do not talk to you about getting ourselves out of this. Because if we didn't have to pay all this money, then we'd have the money, would be available for all the things that we keep talking about that we want.
You know, in governments,
yes,
the principle is very simple. You just need to kick the can down the road.
Let somebody else deal with it.
Yeah, the other guy who comes in will also do that. The thing is, it's not even half. You know, our revenue now, this year is projected at what, 2.93 trillion, but you're going to spend about 1.9 servicing debt.
Yes.
So you're only left with about 1 trillion.
Yes. So more than half, really.
And that's your payroll. That's the wage bill. Period.
So we can't do anything else.
Done. So it's common sense. It doesn't need any. It's not rocket science.
There's no profound
know where are you getting the money for development? Where are you getting the money for your newspapers and all other operational expenses of government? It's borrowing. So the fact that the borrowing definitely is going to increase. So it doesn't matter who is in power today or who comes in tomorrow, unless somebody wakes up and says, "Okay, gentlemen, we're living beyond our means, so we stop spending." Period. I can't build all roads, I can't build this, I can't do that. Call Kenyans and tell them, folks, there's no money for all this government size. We have to cut down government. But if you don't want to do that and you keep expanding government and you keep going out to every region of this country and you promise them I'm going to do ABCD, and you know there is no money, then what you're telling them is I'm going to borrow.
You know, the president...
And Kenyans know, by the way.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that this government has to borrow to do those things. Because we've said don't increase tax.
Yeah.
We don't want to pay more taxes. And you know that money will not be enough. So if you are telling them, okay, we want to borrow.
I remember the first few days when they took over power, they said, we found the accounts empty. They said that, I think they said there was only like 90 billion in the account.
That story is tired.
Yeah?
That was a man who has now left government, but he didn't look at the numbers. But government is not a private. We don't put money in the bank account and sit around.
When President Ruto was campaigning, when he was deputy president, and he went around the country, I was watching him on TV, and I was like, this guy actually knows what he's saying.
Yeah.
He said no more borrowing.
No borrowing.
Yes, and then he said we shall do this. He said Kenya has got a lot of money.
He said all the right things.
Yeah, and so when they got into power and then they said there was no money, I started asking myself, I thought, number one, because he was part of that government, so he knew there was money. So when he got in and then they started doing all this borrowing, for me, it shocked me. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because you have said that someone needs to be honest with the country and just say, guys, there's no money and we need to cut down on spending. How do you do that against the backdrop of the promises?
You know, one thing that I know, President Ruto, you must give him credit. He did say, of course, during the campaigns, I will not take loans. We must stop it. So when he came in, he did the next thing that needs to be done if you want to stop loans. 2 things you need to do. 1, cut down expenditure. And 2, get more taxes. So he started off when he came in and says, I'm reducing expenditure by 300 billion. You remember? Just the first half. Then the following, immediately he started saying, I want to also increase the revenues to 4 trillion, 6 trillion, whatever. So I'm going to introduce taxes. And so he ended up introducing taxes
and levies,
which almost sent him home. So when you get into government, you realize some things are not easy when you're outside there. It's easy to say, I'm going to raise taxes, but then when you get in, you find things are difficult. It's easy also to say, I'll cut down expenditure. When you get in, The bureaucracy in government is different. You know, I want my computer. You're one of the officers. You say, I want my computer. You can't remove it. You know, and so you find things are not moving. But I think nonetheless, it's all about leadership, frankly. I mean, anything you want to do in any space, whether it's in politics or in business, is all about how firm the leadership is. And if you committed to those principles, because you know what the challenge is. You know we are living beyond our means, and the more borrowing is going to put us into more crisis. So you need to be honest with Kenyans and tell them, Kenyans, we can't continue on this path. It's going to be a disaster. But if you don't want to say so, and you want to play to the gallery, and you look at the next election, then nothing changes. The other one will come, will continue. So we end up getting nowhere. Yeah. And that's unfortunately where we are.
There's a conversation, though, that I very rarely hear. And it's a conversation from the counties and the governors who want to seek office. Because my layman's thinking is this. The county governments are run more or less the same way the central government in terms of the money they get. But they have something interesting. It's called own source revenue. My thinking had been that with the money they get, if a good portion of it was put into development, the economies of these counties could actually improve to the point where, hopefully, in an ideal situation, they might actually be able to run their own affairs from their own source revenue. But in many instances, you find where there was a big town, the own source revenue of the county is even less than when it was a municipality. So you have to ask, the area that you're collecting money from is bigger, and yet you're reporting less money being collected than when it was just from the municipality. If our county governments cannot see development and the uplifting of the economies as crucial to the growth of this country, or if we leave the country out and just think about themselves internally, how then can this country actually move forward? Because the focus of the discussion that one hears of from the county leadership is money from the central government.
Yeah.
Nothing more.
You know, let me not brag, but I want to tell you that I am very well informed in this issue of the counties, because when we were doing this constitution, I chaired the technical working committee that did these chapters on public finance and all these things, and we spent a lot of time on this devolution thing. I remember doing special research to find out whether if we devolve some of these functions and allocate all this money to these counties and all that, we will be able to run a government. And that was 2003. And I think we hired even experts from the university to do that, actually. I remember we did specifically on the Ministry of Education, Agriculture, and so forth, some of these things. So the picture we had at the time was exactly what he was saying, that if we have counties, and counties, the whole idea was we can be able to bake a bigger cake.
Yes.
That was the whole idea. So the counties were not supposed to be a burden. They were supposed to create a bigger cake, because what happens is there'll be development. Equitable resources mean there'll be money going to all regions.
Yes.
There'll be development. And the more development, then the more growth of the economy. You know, the economy is about you opening your business in Mandera or in Banissa and generating some revenue and paying taxes to the government. And so that's the whole idea. So that was the plan. But we were very careful on how the revenue at national level. What we did was that we said all taxes should be collected at national level. And the reason is very simple. You are a businessman in Banissa. You have a shop. You are coming to lift goods from a manufacturer in Nairobi. You will pay the VAT in Nairobi. The guy who's invoicing you here for these mobiles you're picking, he'll charge the 16%. Everything is done here. If I am importing, I'm paying all the duty and all those things in Mombasa at the point at which I'm importing. But I'm taking to my shopping in Banissa. But the taxes have been paid in Nairobi and Mombasa.
Yes.
It's been done.
So it will then create a wrong impression. If you say everybody collects his own, that count will have no taxes it has collected. The taxes have been collected in Nairobi so this is why we said all revenues should be at national level and collected by KRA at one point and then distributed now. But this is the way the economies work. But we allowed counties not to levy taxes. In fact, Constitution is very clear, and there's no county with power to collect any tax.
Yeah.
They can only levy charges and other things for services they provide.
Land rates.
Services they provide, rates, for sewage, water, all those other services that they can't collect those, and they do. So when you look at the sum total, there is a growth in it. But because of that elephant in the room, which you all know, which has not been addressed, which has cascaded down, the corruption, it has gone down to what the big boss does is what the small guys will do. So that has not been resolved. This is why then counties ended up opening 40, 50 bank accounts. There are counties that have 200 bank accounts in commercial banks.
200 is many.
For collecting local revenue. And then the law is very clear. That revenue is supposed to be swept into the CRF account in central bank. Even from the county, whenever you collect that revenue, you're supposed to put it into the county the consolidated fund for the counties at the center, so that everything is within the budget. But they don't do it. You collect it, you call your finance guy, how much is in this account? 200. Okay, 200. Patia Muga 50 million is going to do this. Patia Fulani. So the audit reports are full of those things. So the question is, then why is no action being taken on those counties? And daily, every audit report has got complaints by the controller, budget, and auditor general about how they are misusing those accounts.
You know, the thing that seems to be predominant then in the thinking is not really to uplift the economies of the county or the government. It seems to be the position is you say the things which sound correct, but the central focus is theft. You steal as much as you possibly can. The really smart ones finds way of, yes, most of these fellows are not that smart, because if the auditor, they're not. If the Auditor General keeps reporting things which are so obvious and blatant, you know what is the law. A smart thief would steal within the law. So it would be very, very difficult for you to figure out how it is they've stolen. But if, for instance, county governments now have ghost workers, I mean, come on, how silly can you get? People who cannot be accounted for, and yet money is being farmed out. Projects that begin, money is spent, there's no correlation between...
There are more serious issues. You know, I was the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee.
Yes.
We referred not less than a dozen counties to the DPP for prosecution, following petitions which have been filed with the Senate. We did investigations, and we verified and confirmed, yes, there has been theft, there has been fraud, there has been this, there has been this. DPP, please take action. Nothing happens. Nothing, not a single one. You know, I remember one case. The governor was sitting before us, and we had that information. We posted it before him. There is a bank account.
Yes.
In a commercial bank you have opened. You have transferred 300 million from the CRF into that account, and that money is being drawn out by XYZ cleared in a week by someone, and everything is there, the bank statements.
Yes.
What is this? And he says, I don't know. I have to find out. So I remember, I didn't even waste time. I just called the EACC.
Yes.
There in that meeting, I told them, look, this one is straightforward. There's nothing to discuss here. Can you guys
do your job?
Nothing happens. So what happens is, you know, government is very complicated. What me and you see as very straightforward, that this phone has been stolen by this person.
Right.
For government is a whole lot of issues, even going to court or charging that person. It says, how was it taken, what type of telephone, and how was it, and where did he keep it? And the stories become more complicated for government to pursue prosecution for some of these things. But even if they are, how many end up being convicted? So things are a bit difficult in government. So that's why the auditor keeps on writing. But me, I don't want to focus on the issue of prosecutions, and I've seen in countries outside in Europe and so, where if someone steals from government, the focus is not about prosecuting that person. It's about embarrassing that person, one, publicly in the media and those things, and that person then is not going to take any other public job again. But the challenge we have in this country is you steal today, tomorrow you can be reappointed into another government position. Yeah, nothing happens.
Or vie for a political seat.
Or you can vie for political, even be reappointed into another government position. It's not a big deal. So, and it's not considered as an embarrassment by the society. In fact, the society will be very unhappy that our man has been targeted. Our man has been removed and so forth. So the law is clear that even the power to recall a governor is there, which is much easier than removing a member of parliament or recalling a member of parliament. The power by the treasury is so huge in the Public Finance Management Act to deal with counties, including suspending funding to that county if there is a material breach of public expenditure in a county. And that only requires the report of an auditor or a controller saying that this county has continuously breached the law in terms of the way they are spending their money. Treasury simply says, I'm not releasing any money. That's the law. But you see, the same treasury is the custodian of public resources. Whenever an auditor general issues a report, it goes to parliament and gets adopted. It goes to treasury for enforcement. It has never enforced. No treasury from Kenyatta to the current one has ever enforced a report adopted by parliament based on the auditor general's report, which has everything. It tells you who has taken what, and this road has costed 5 billion, it became 20 billion, this airport 30 billion, it has this. Nothing. They don't act. They tell you, the appointing authority is the same one that appointed me and that accounting officer in that ministry who did that. So I don't want to get involved.
I don't want to be in trouble.
So the whole thing is, that's why I keep saying, and Muga knows, when we have had these interviews, I've always said the buck stops with the boss, because it's all about leadership. This thing is all about governance. If the guy at the top has zero tolerance, everything will change overnight. You do this, Muga, you're out. And he does it. It's not words. Yes, nobody will put his hand in the till.
Mheshimiwa, let me ask you, when you said something to do with bank accounts, how many accounts should a county have, kawaida, in commercial banks?
No, there is no guidelines on that. But the bottom line was, when we moved to devolution, we said there shouldn't be. That's the way the law is. There shouldn't be. However, counties have argued that, look, there are markets, there are hospitals, there are revenues we are collecting from different sub-counties and different locations and what have you. We will need to, assemble that money in some account, and then later we can transfer it. So they were then allowed, with the necessary approvals provided for in the law, to open those accounts. But the money cannot be spent. It must go into the consolidated account for the county. And then from there, then normal appropriations for expenditure is provided for in the budget, which has been approved by the county assembly. So that is the way everyone works, even companies. I mean, if you're a company and you still have collection accounts, but the money must get into the company's account. And then it must be appropriated for and spent through the budget. This is the same way. So, but what is happening is the money is just being used directly from the bank accounts, from the commercial bank accounts.
All right. So there's no guideline as to whether it should have 1, 2, or even in commercial banks.
No, it must be in commercial banks, but then there's no limit on it. Should be 2 or 3 or no. But everything you do, the money must go into the CRF account.
Okay.
You cannot just appropriate it the way you want.
When you have a conversation with all this, like for example, you're saying that there's in one instance where you called the EACC and you told them, here's a case, and this I'm asking because I have no idea. Does anyone in, say, EAC sit in Senate hearings, specifically when the Senate is questioning a governor, just for the purpose of just taking notes? They might not participate, but do they sit in the gallery?
No, you see, EAC is like every other government institution. Once you file a complaint like that one, they'll take their due process.
Okay.
And so what they do, they'll tell you, based on our due process, we didn't find it so that. But in our meetings, no, we don't. There is no one from the AG's office or DPP's office or ESCC, who sits in a parliamentary committee.
Okay.
But that is not the case in other countries. We've seen it in several other countries in the world, including even India and many other countries, where, yes, someone from those institutions will be sitting in that committee. And so to the extent that then some irregularity or something like that is revealed, they will take off with that. They don't even need to wait. It happens in other countries, and we've given examples several times and said, is it possible? But they don't. Normally, it's just the Auditor General who comes to the meeting to present.
Yeah. And like you said, so you give them these findings of yours, and then does anyone follow up as to? So we gave you a report, and we said
in Parliament there is what is called implementation committee.
Okay.
That follows up all those things. Their work is actually that committee just to continuously follow with the government ministries, particularly Treasury and others, on all those resolutions that have been adopted by Parliament and the implementation and so forth. There is a whole institution that's supposed to follow up that. But I can tell you for a fact our weakness when it comes to public finance is to Treasury. That's where the buck stops.
Yet here we are saying that we need to seal holes. So I feel like it doesn't then matter who we elect and whatever their character is. If the system is broken, then what they're doing is not
Actually,
good.
it matters. Actually, it matters.
Because Mheshimiwa hapa amesema, at the end of the day, it stops with the boss. If the boss...
Yes, he's right. It does, but the boss is not really the boss. We are. But when you've sold your birthright, beginning with the people you elect to represent you directly, and the rights that you have given them, you've allocated to them, you've devolved to them, they decide to now auction it to somebody else. You see? Now, when you sit back and say, oh, woe betide me, we are helpless, we cannot do anything about it, that's where we go wrong. Because the first thing a parliament or the people who think like that and happen to be in parliament,
yes,
they're going to make sure that the laws that are there, they make it very difficult for you to remove them. They will make sure it is difficult to remove them. Not impossible, but difficult. Now, we are a people who still have trust in the leadership, and we think that the leadership ought to know what to do and how to do good. But if you follow the trajectory of what we've seen more over time, they don't. Those who do good by the citizenry are very few. And the strange thing about our elections, those are people who get voted out. Because they actually do something right. Some ne'er-do-well who is a bona fide thug will actually get elected. And you know.
And they know.
This
That
person
has been
here,
the tradition.
Yes, you
That's our tradition.
know. By practice, by reputation, this person is a vandal. You know. That is the person who gets elected. And now you've actually given them power. The power you've given them is what they will use to trade with. Why do you think it is, for instance, this conversation we keep hearing even in the by-elections? Tell me. I was asking him in the early hour, how many of these people do you hear them talking about what it is they're going to do for the people? The issue is about themselves. It doesn't matter which political big shot has gone there.
You see, one point he said, that the point he said is very important. The issue, the challenge is the society. We want people who can give handouts. You know, those are the people with integrity, people whom you don't. You've seen it in Nairobi. I mean, elections, people come for governor, but people are known, and they don't get more than 100,000. Nobody will give them votes. You want people who pay money, or play this card or that card, or you can get some it's goons and it's the society wants somebody who is very, very. That's what people want, and that's why those are the guys who get into. Otherwise, if you are a nice gentleman, try to run for president and see whether you will get. Okay, we just watch what Maraga will get. If he will get 100,000 votes, just watch. Nobody. They are not interested in those kind of things. People want people have money. The first question you ask when you want to run in your village is, does he have money? Muga wants to run, yes. Does he have money?
Does he have money to run a campaign?
Let me tell you, if today, somebody, maybe even I don't say it, or I mention somebody, I'm thinking of representing my constituency, and word goes down, they will know I have arrived. Forget the village shopping center. 20 kilometers before then, somebody in Kisumu will have told them, this gentleman is coming home, and I'll find my homestead full of people. Simply because I have indicated that I indicated in talking, not announced to the public. The next thing, all these people will come and talk to you about all manner of things that they feel is good and how you are the right person to represent them. If they happen to have come with matatus, they will also tell you that, in fact, these matatus haven't been paid for.
They're waiting for us.
They're waiting for you, but since they knew you are coming... No, they knew, but they know you're the right person. I'm simply saying, anyone who wants to stand for any position announce it in advance and just see what happens so that you can get a clear idea of what you're going to have to put up with should you be elected for the next 5 years.
There are one or two few exceptions, but generally that has been the trend in the country. It's a country where politics has become money. We've become like Americans. But politics is all about money in Kenya. And so is the money who will be loved more than those who don't have anything.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, I was reading a story sometime last week where a popular individual in America, I don't know if he's a sports person or a musician. I think he's a musician. He's a Grammy award-winning musician who was arrested because he made some irregular payments towards the Obama campaign for his re-election. And the reason why that was a big deal is because the money that he gave wasn't even his own. It was channeled from someone else, and then he donated to the campaign. Here in Kenya, do we have a way of scrutinizing how Mr. Kero, for example, will receive his campaign money, or whatever he does with the money, where he got it, we really don't know, we don't care?
No, in Kenya, the attempt to try and legislate campaign funding to enhance the accountability for that, I think has not been very successful. So people spend money the way they want, and quite often the expenditure for campaign in this country is in cash, and everyone is involved. It's not just the politicians, the banks. You ask yourself, you try and get $1 million shillings from your bank account.
Yeah.
You have to present evidence.
The questions you'll be asked.
The questions you'll be asked. In cash, I want $1 million. Try to collect $1 million in cash. But for politicians in campaigns, you can collect 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 million in cash, but from the same bank. And you ask yourself, how did those banks... So politics in Kenya is a different ballgame. When it comes to those things about campaign funding and campaign expenditure, and no, there's no accountability, and there's not really transparency in the way those things are done. And it's not... I don't know of anyone who has ever been accused of a similar thing in Kenya. It doesn't, because it's not illegal.
Yeah. In cash.
You see, my friend, you need to understand.
Yeah.
They tried to put a limit. The law tried to put a limit on how much should be for a governor.
We really tried.
How much should you spend on? But it's...
Don't remember, we even tried to put a halt to what you call harambes. How did that work?
Sasa mwenye alisema hakuna harambe, si ndio anapeananga mingi?
Oh no, we actually did try to even put a law to ensure that doesn't happen. The point is this. You are asking about the process and the path that we follow to the point where we are actually ruled by lawlessness. But what I mean is the total disregard for the law is the example that you are given to follow. Because how do you explain all these things we keep talking about? How do you explain the work that the Auditor General has to do in revealing? Because all these things are out there in the public domain. And yet, it doesn't matter. And yet, this thing which we have determined doesn't matter is what explains the poverty that we have. It's what explains the problems we have with our education, health, security. It's what explains it, because this corruption is the one thing that explains all these things that we would like to see, but we never quite see. And yet we think it is okay. You tell me, Paul, how did we get there?
Kenya is a case study of politics, influence, and money, the way they're intertwined. I mean, it's so... Everything about politics has become about money now. All become about looking for resources.
If you transpose that thinking to the election you're asking about Mbeere North.
Yes.
So I will ask you, do you think if sufficient money is poured in Mbeere North, do you think it will tilt the tide in favor of the person who pours the money?
If we go with that thesis, then yes.
And who do you think has an abundance of money that can be poured without limit?
I feel like in this case, both sides have got quite an amount of money.
I think you've decided to answer your own question, but it is perfectly all right.
No. Okay, ask again.
Who do you think has the amount of money that can be poured in such an election almost to a limitless degree? And you're saying both sides do.
I think I feel like if you're talking about opposition and government, I think they have a limitless pot as far as
opposition.
as far as money in that regard is.
No. The opposition doesn't have a limitless supply of money. They may have influence. In this country, it's the person who holds the purse strings of the nation who has the money. And that's the executive.
I want us to take a short break. When we get back, of course, we also focus on the budget, the midterm budget, and of course the proposed budget for the year 2026 and 2027, and perhaps look at some of the things that have changed, considering, of course, maandamano kutoka last year, what happened this year, and now what is being proposed for the next financial year. So don't go too far. We'll be right back. And also, you can let us know your thoughts. We are currently live on all platforms. Like I said, there's Vet Ibro Haska, for example, watching us on YouTube, on Facebook, sorry. That's where you can also find us on YouTube, Pia, and on X, currently live on X as well. So if that's your platform of choice, feel free to get in there. I can see Kelvin Nyaribo Jomo has asked a question to Mheshimiwa in studio, so we shall be answering that when we come back. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Political economist Bill Okero says that although fuel and food prices in Kenya have eased, many people still struggle with low incomes and limited job opportunities. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Okero said that despite the economic appearing to perform well, the cost of living remains a major challenge for many Kenyans. This comes as the World Bank today raised Kenya's economic growth forecast for this year's to nearly 5%, citing a rebound in the construction sector.
On the ground, do people have money in their pockets? Is the cost of living better? Are people able to, get jobs, their job creation? And those are the things that, again, are the key indicators of that performance on the macro level.
Yes.
So when you look at in some areas, yes, you would say there has been, for example, on the cost of living, you would say, yes, we were buying fuel at a very expensive price, has come down, the cost of food has come down, and things are generally getting a bit better. But it did not translate into more jobs. There are still many Kenyans who are struggling to get jobs. The incomes are really still very, very bad. Things are. So you would say, yes, there is some progress, but still a lot that needs to be done.
Mombasa Governor and ODM Deputy Party Leader Abdul Somad Nasir has called on ODM officials to put aside internal disputes and rally behind the party's candidates ahead of upcoming by-elections. Addressing a packed town hall meeting in Mamburui, Magarini constituency, Kilifi County, Nasir underscored the need for discipline, cohesion and well-coordinated mobilization, noting that ODM is facing heightened political competition in multiple regions. 3 people died in a fatal road accident on Sunday at Moa Bridge near Chumbi Market on the Mombasa-Nairobi highway in Machakos County. At the River East Sub-County Police Commander Anderson Bae said the deceased include a 32-year-old female passenger, the matatu driver, and a 51-year-old male passenger. Bae said the accident was caused by unregistered lorry traveling from Mombasa towards Nairobi, which veered into the wrong lane and collided head-on with a matatu.
Tunabaki na wagonjwa 9. Wengi wao wako katika hali ambayo ni imeweza kudhibitiwa, lakini 2 bado wako katika hali ambayo ni tete.
Pia tutatuma madaktari wetu ambao wataenda kuangalia hiyo hayo mambo ya postmortem, na tutafanya hiyo postmortem at the cost of the government of Makueni County.
50 of the 315 children kidnapped by gunmen from a Catholic school in Nigeria's Niger state on Friday have escaped. The Christian Association of Nigeria says they have been reunited with their families. A major military-led search and rescue operation is underway for the remaining 265 children and 12 teachers who were taken with them. Authorities in several Nigerian states ordered schools to shut following the mass abduction in Niger and another smaller hostage taking in Kebbi State on Sunday when 20 pupils were kidnapped from a boarding school. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back. This is Radio Generation at exactly 5 minutes past 9 o'clock, the People's Breakfast. We are hosting currently Honorable Bilo Kiro. He's a political economist. Kuna swali hapa mheshimiwa, not a swali but really a comment. Let me just read it real quick by Kelvin Nyaribo Jomo. He says, Honorable Bill Kiro is one of the few leaders who served in public office and walked away with his head held high. He did his work and never chased after the spoils. We need more leaders cut from that particular cloth. Mheshimiwa, are you going to get back into politics anytime soon?
What I was discussing with Muga.
Yes.
No.
Why?
I have hiyo biashara nimefunga.
Okay.
It's not a profitable business.
Haina manufaa.
Is it a high stressful environment?
No, not really. But you know, you can't really make an impact. In politics in this country, if your focus is on development, both of the challenge, one is the society, what they want and what you want, quite often at odds. The priorities that you freely think is important for your area and what the people also think about, sometimes it's difficult to align. But more importantly, also in government, trying to get things done, especially for that part of the country where I come from. It's not easy. There is a general bias. Government has other priorities and so forth, and so it's not very easy. And so the plus, of course, the fact that the whole industry is the questions of integrity and even the teams you work with in the committees, and there are a lot of challenges. So you look at it and said, no, it's not my cup of tea. You can't. So politics in this country, if you want to make money, you want to get influence, you want to get power, that's what it has come to. There are people, I know, members of parliament who have really done significant work in their constituencies, but they don't get re-elected because the priorities of the people are not about what you do. It's not how much development you have done. They're looking at other factors, what individually. Have you paid for my medical fees? Have you paid for my son's education? Have you done this? Have you contributed for my this or that? And the person doesn't get so. A lot of you find MPs who have done so well, and others who have not done anything in terms of development, coming back because of other factors. So, and this is quite different from other countries in the world. I mean, you'll find, for example, in Europe or US, a member of parliament invariably has to do 4-5 terms before they can start assessing even the impact. Here you can't even finish 1 year, 2 years. The campaigns have started on replacing. So you'll find a lot of people doing one term, not much of an impact. You really need to do 2-3 terms to have an impact as a leader in any because government doesn't allow you to do things everything. You can't do everything. I had a strategic plan, for example, when I went to parliament in 2003, the first one ever developed by a member of parliament, a complete one. I remember it was launched by Nyang Nyang when he was the Minister for Planning, and I it set out completely what I have to do in the next 5 years as a member of parliament for that constituency. Every aspect of our whatever. But you see, it is not always what you want to do because of the challenges in government and trying to get things, even when they have been provided for. You get quite a bit frustrated, yeah. Sometimes.
All right. Wow. I think you're the first politician who says uko sirudi.
But you see what Mheshimiwa talks about with regards to the plans that he has to ask him. Did you? Oh no, let me reverse it. What attempt did you make to carry your people along with you with this plan that you had? Get them to understand your thinking. Get them to understand what it is you're trying to achieve.
The whole plan, that strategic plan, was developed through full participation of the people by an organization that I had. I didn't even do it. So I had an organization, a Trickle Up, I remember that was the name, and they spent months on the ground, went to every part of my constituency, sat through with everyone there to develop what are the priorities of the people. So they developed it together with the people, really. And based on that, then we put it into a strategic plan with timelines and costing, including the amounts that would go into it and so forth and so forth. So so the people were on board. But you see, in the problem with the politics in this country is not always the people. They are gatekeepers in every who sometimes then mess up even the people themselves. Despite what they want, they're told, no, this guy needs to do this. Forget about what he wants to do. He wants to put a classroom. Who wants a classroom? Let him give us money. We want to do ABCD.
And then there are people who also want your seat, who want the same seat.
Correct.
And they will engage these very gatekeepers that you're speaking of.
Exactly.
All right. Sawa basi. Wacha tuingie kwa mambo ya budget. There is, I think the projected revenue for that particular financial year that we want to discuss is about 3.6 trillion. And then the proposed expenditure is a trillion above that, about 4.6. Does that make sense? Because where I'm sitting, I don't see why we need to spend more than we are making. Where are we going to get this extra money, Mheshimiwa?
This is the way government does its planning.
So it's normal?
Yeah, it's normal for the last 40 or 50 years. That has been normal. In the good old days.
Yes.
When Kibaki was there, remember Murari was the finance minister. First term. I think before that, after the time of Moise and those days, budgeting was about balancing the revenues and the expenditure. And they really took quite a bit of time to try and make sure that your revenues and your expenditures are balanced. You don't bring a budget that is not balanced to Parliament. It was always, that was the way things used to be done. After that, I think things changed. In the last 20, 30 years, I think things have been changing. And budget has become one-sided. The government draws up its wish list, which is the expenditure. And then revenue becomes the second part now. So there's always that difference. I want to spend, it always starts with I want to spend 1 trillion, but I can only collect 500. So the difference, I'm going to borrow. So it has always become now a routine, the last 30 years more or less, a routine. It's just a gap, and you'll just put in the... So if you look at this one, there's no difference. They said we are going to raise 3.5 trillion, and we're going to spend 4.5, and the difference 1 trillion. Loans, domestic this amount and external this amount. They've indicated that's what they have done last year and the year before and the year before and the year before. That's what they have been doing. It has ceased to be, an art where the ministry would sit together with the planning ministry. They would sit and really work out on, so that you must do a balanced budget. But that's why we ended up in this hole of the debt. The moment you say, what is the debt? The debt is the accumulation of that deficit now between the revenue
over those 3 decades you've mentioned.
Yes, the difference in that, because before Kibaki there were no debts. During the time of Moi, it was very limited. So Kibaki also just pushed it to about 1 trillion. So it started now. This is when this thing started about creating that gap, and then simply saying debt.
Let me ask this question. I want to go back to the counties. You were involved intrinsically in the formation of these counties and the thinking around how the economies should actually work. If I were to ask you theoretically, 3 things. What would a governor need to do to change the livelihood of their people? What is it that they would do that would actually uplift the economy to the point where their people can actually witness, believe, and experience a major change?
Quite a lot.
Yes, it is.
Quite a lot, because one of the powers we gave the county government is we transferred many of the functions from the national government to the counties. One of them is agriculture, because we felt that at local level they can make more decisions, better decisions in terms of agriculture than what the national government was doing. So if you make some deliberate, measures that would actually deal with the challenges of agriculture in that area, you can make an impact on the way people. That's number one. Number two is the small and medium and micro enterprises, businesses. They can literally set up their own fund from that revenue and finance. I mean, I remember, I keep telling folks in my county, why is it so difficult for you guys? You have 6 constituencies, sub-counties. Why is it so difficult for you to say, look, this year, we are giving each sub-county 100 million to the SMEs, women, youth, all these guys. 100 million, just to start up something. Call it even a grant, forget about a loan.
Just, they can.
Yes, go sit in the markets and sell your tomatoes, and you sell your goats, and you sell your... it will boost the economy.
You think 100 million to each of those sub-counties?
If you are getting 14, 15 billion,
okay.
It's 100 million is nothing if you are given 6 constituents.
Yeah.
So, nothing goes. Livestock, for example, is a major issue in northern Kenya. So you look at the budgets of those northern Kenya, you would expect that they would prioritize livestock and water, so that they don't have these perennial problems of animals dying, and therefore the economies of those places, they lose 40, 50 billion every drought season in livestock. Across northern Kenya.
Wow.
And when you look at their budgets, they're not spending more than 4 or 5% on livestock. And you get shocked.
And this is their mainstay.
And that is the mainstay. Why? How come? For example, my county has spent in the first 10 years 100 billion. 100 billion. And a drought comes in 2023, you remember 2023?
Yep.
And, we lose millions of animals because there's no water. So you wonder then, is priorities. So the governors can do a lot in terms of dealing with the priorities in those particular areas of the economy that can benefit their people. And I've mentioned agriculture, livestock, industry.
Looking at the areas of strength and focusing on it.
Focusing. Particularly, you can spend money on SMEs equipping your people. Why is this so difficult? I mean, I have argued this with my folks and told them, why is it so difficult to give the youth and women and those guys who are in the market already? They're enterprising. They're in the market. Why is it so difficult? The woman selling this water, give 100,000. Where was the maji mingi?
What do they say?
Person, Sirkali, we are not going to waste. Which Sirkali? The money is theirs. Give it to them as a grant. Government of Kenya is giving money to Kenya Power and to every other institution, and bailing out hundreds of billions, KQs. And why is it so difficult for you to and they're writing off billions for coffee farmers and tea farmers and everybody else? Why are you not able to give money to your own fellows? But you see, this thing is it has no kickback. That's the only reason. When I give you money, I have no kickback. But when I build a wall,
now that makes sense.
You get the point. The priority is always something where there is some return.
Those are 2. I want a 3rd one.
Go ahead.
No, I want you to tell me, because what you've given me makes perfect sense. Is it possible for people to actually get to understand the long-term plans that you have for them? Is it possible?
Yes. The law requires for the counties to develop what they call an integrated development plan every 5 years. And that plan is developed.
It's a legal requirement.
Yes. It's developed through a public participation program.
It is subjected to public participation.
Yes, extensively developed, and they all have it. But you will be shocked it is not being, when it comes to now budgets annually, which should align with that blueprint for development for that county, that alignment is where the problem is on year when they're supposed to develop. So what happens is this county governor, he knows what is the priorities because they have said so. He knows, for example, I'll give you an example. When our first governor came in Mandara, he says, okay, we have a river there, there's a lot of mangoes. I'm going to put up a mango processing plant. wow, he said this is very good because we waste a lot of mangoes. They sell for a shilling in the season when it is whatever. A lot of tomatoes. We'll put up a tomato plant. We have a lot of these stones. We can put up this kind of plant for doing this and this, and the plants for factories to do this or that, and they have the capacity. They have the resources. The money is there. Just for 500 million, 200 million. Not a single one has taken off for one reason or the other. So, the opportunity to develop the economies in those areas is there. You can actually, and that was the whole idea about the counties, to bake a bigger cake. Yes. Because when that happens, then we can collect more revenue. That's one. Two, KRA. So when I was the chairman of the finance, I wrote formally to KRA because I told them, look, I'll just take an example of counties. Counties, for example, spend about 30-40% of their money on development projects. So contracts are given for this project, that project. There is tax, withholding tax, VAT on all those contractors, which is deducted from the contractor. I want to know whether that money has been remitted to KRA. And I gave examples of counties. They spent a couple of months and they wrote to me and they said, because I knew when I was writing what was going on. Yes, that, this money has been deducted from all these contractors. So you spend 5 billion on development in a year. Yeah. And you're deducting on those 5 billion contracts, about 16% VAT, this 2-3% withholding tax and so forth and so forth. You would expect a lot of money to be collected and given to KRA. Nothing. Our guy will walk there. The money is just shared out and the money is gone. Nothing. So when you write nothing, they wrote to me and said, there was something. There was nothing to write home about. So our problem is known. That's why I keep saying, unless you deal with that one, the elephant in the room, the cake cannot be baked. Whether it's at national level or at the county level, you can't bake the cake. That is where the problem is.
We did say we were going to talk about better, the bottom-up transformation agenda. Yeah. And you were going to tie it to the budget. Yeah. So kindly, let's probably start with, in this the proposed budget, how exactly is this going to help that particular infrastructure?
Every government that comes in has its own, what they call blueprint for development or progress or growth, whatever they call it. This government said we have something called better, bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which centered around 5 key things. One is agriculture. The other one is housing, the affordable housing thing. The third one is the universal health care. And then the fourth one is the digital superhighway. Yes. and the fifth one was the SMEs. They said this is our 5 areas we are going to pump money, and it will lift Kenyans out from the bottom
to the top.
So then what it means is then in terms of the policy that informs resource allocation, that is where the money, those are the areas where the money should be going. But again, when you look at the way our budgets are done and the way even the president talked about last week, we are going back into some of the same things that the former guys were doing, Uhuru and so forth. For example, in infrastructure, very high cost, very expensive infrastructure that did not change anything. We put up SGR under Uhuru, it did not change anything. It did not change the cost of production or the cost of doing business in this country. We're still very uncompetitive. That was the whole idea of putting $5 billion to that rail will make the cost of transportation cheaper and all that. So we're still saying we're going to borrow to put up a rail from here to that place, and we're going to do all this road, and we're going to do this, but that infrastructure, those are the areas where still the money is going. Security, if you look at the amount of money that has been voted for security, I mean, you can add up all those 5 areas. I've told you, agriculture,
digital superhighway,
SMEs,
universal healthcare.
Add all of them together. Security alone, or Interior Ministry alone has double that budget. So you have priorities. But in terms of really the amount of money that you're putting,
yes,
it doesn't reflect that priority. It doesn't, unfortunately.
I want to...
But they keep talking about it. The good thing about it is they keep talking about it.
Yes.
In terms of policy, they keep saying we're going to do this, particularly on the digital. I mean, they have, they say we want to provide these opportunities. We're going to increase internet access by increasing the fiber network to 100,000 kilometers, and we're going to make it so cheap and like this and like that. But the implementation has not really been successful. In some areas, they have tried to, like I think SHA Health, the universal healthcare. What they did is not about allocating money to that, but it's about introducing specific, the taxes that were financing that. In the same way with the housing, also affordable housing, they have introduced taxes that were financing housing directly.
Yeah.
So specifically, they had money that is for that. But still, one would say, are they successful? Has it really? You would then say, yeah, the jury is still out on whether they're all work in progress. I don't think there's one thing the government can say, yes, we have scored, we have finished, we're done. No, food security is still a challenge. Universal healthcare is still a challenge. It's still work in progress.
Yes.
And SMEs, if you go to Gikomba, when I first came in 1975, that's where it was. The same about the guy who was making the wheelbarrows. I don't think it has changed.
Not much.
That much.
It's just become more crowded, but it doesn't change much.
It doesn't change. The localities are still the same. People are, if you go to those, then you don't see significant impact. Also, money has been thrown around for the last 40, 50 years in those areas, but you don't see much impact.
The thing that I find interesting with this discussion is this. Is it really difficult to have a plan that traverses 10 to 15 years? Because in this last State of the Nation, the president came up with plans that are supposed to traverse several decades, which in my mind is a good thing, but...
The 2030 thing of
Kibaki. Yes, but his own, talking about what he wants to do over a certain period of time, which extends beyond a decade. Now, what is it that is difficult with making the 10-year plan granular? So you can actually monitor it on a yearly basis. For instance, when someone says they're going to build 50 dams, okay, you're not going to build them in one day, that's for sure.
Of course.
You're not going to build them in a year, that's for sure. So why don't we talk yearly? How many dams do you hope to build in a year? One never really hears that conversation.
It's the politics, the legacy. People want to see their own legacy in the short time they're there. They're not, once upon a time, gentlemen, there was a ministry called Ministry of Economic Planning.
Yes, there was.
and it has always been there from independence. And the reason is because of exactly what you're asking. That, look, having resources is one thing, but we must have a plan. You cannot have resources and start spending without a plan, because you'll fail if you don't have a plan. So that was the work of the Ministry for Plan. It had a minister. You remember, it had a complete ministry with its own minister, which was distinct from the Ministry of Finance. They were housed in the same place, but it used to be distinct. And when Kibaki came in, Anyang' Nyong'o was the first economic planning minister. So these people would now focus on developing the long-term blueprint for development of the country, which would go beyond now administrations. But I think somewhere along the way, then they scrapped that, and everybody, then Kibaki came with the 2030 thing, which went round all over, and it was a grand idea. They had a focus at least that by 2030 this is what will happen, and in so many different sectors of the. Then Uhuru comes and puts that in the fridge, in the freezer, and comes up with his own. And the first 5 years didn't work. The second one again, he comes with another for something agenda. Then this one will come with better, and then the next guy will come with his own agenda again. So the thing is, it has now all become politics. You want, as Uhuru says, these are my legacy projects. You want to leave something that you can be remembered for. So you're not interested in about the country. It's about me. I want to leave this housing, affordable housing thing as my legacy. So I'll have this one. The other guy comes and says, I will scrap. Reggie always says, when I come in, we are going to scrap the housing. So so really, it's not about the country. It's about legacy. Your time and your elections. That is what all these things have come. So the Ministry of Planning is not there, and I think I agree with him. Unless you have a long-term plan really of development, You can't push a country forward.
I think right now it's a state department in the Ministry of Treasury, right?
I think so.
Planning, yeah. Okay, so in terms of when we make our budgets and when we plan on that money that we want to spend, there's something you said in the previous hour, and we were talking about tightening our belts in terms of, like, when you said the president should just come out and tell people we are broke and we're going to tighten our belts because we need to save on wastage, expenditure, and so on and so forth. What are some of the areas that we can say this one we are going to either scrap off or reduce expenditure on in the name of just ensuring that we have enough money to survive and probably even reduce the amount of money we have to borrow? First of all, is it possible for this particular the proposed budget for the next year, to just have a provision whereby we live within our means and we won't have to borrow anything at all? Is it possible?
No. Where you are now, you can't do without borrowing. You have to borrow.
Okay.
You're already in the hole. You're borrowing for two reasons. One, you're borrowing to pay a debt that is due. You're in a debt trap. That has been happening from the days of Eurobond up to now. Muga just mentioned earlier. The second, you are also borrowing to pay recurrent expenditure.
Okay.
Because the money you have, what you collect, 3 trillion, the moment you pay, you service the debt, you are not left with enough money to run even your other recurrent expenditure. So much of the money is again being used for recurrent expenditure. Paying salaries and paying this or paying that, or recurrent expenditure. So it's being used. So I think that can something be done? Yes. You see, when we used to do our budget in the good old days, budgets used to be very itemized. So that if you say we're going to put 300 billion for roads, you indicate which roads and how much for each road. It must be itemized. If it's not, that budget will not pass Parliament. I remember one time during Mureri, I was the Shadow Finance Minister, we rejected the budget, it went back again because it was not sufficiently itemized to indicate where exactly that money is going to go, which road, how much is it, so that tomorrow when you give out the contracts, so that we can know that yes, you gave out a contract for that 100 million, it was provided for in the budget, so that you don't overbudget, you don't spend more than the budget, and we don't end up with pending bills, we don't end up with so many other stories, and the money does not get diverted to another road, not the road for which Parliament approved. So when budget is being done today under under Mbadi, is what he says. The second problem was of the budgeting. It's not now that itemization is not there. The second aspect of it is that they said we are doing what is called zero-based budgeting, where every year we just throw the old budget, we take a pen and pencil and start drawing up a new budget. If they did that, they can do what you're saying. They can save money, because then they'll simply say, okay, on this room, what we need is 2 cups of tea every morning for the 2 gentlemen here. It will cost so much, and they'll simply be doing things fresh now. If they did that, yes. But although in theory they said we are doing zero-based, but it's not. What they're actually doing, when you look at last year's estimates and this year's estimates, you simply find what they're doing is they're using the same template and then simply saying tea was how much last year? Tea was 10,000 shillings. Okay, inflation, add for them 5%. So this year you'll get 10,500 or 10, or 12,000 or 11,000. That's the way they're doing the budgeting, so that then you really are not addressing all those issues about the wastages and inefficiencies and duplications and all that. And I think that is the challenge we have in this country.
What I wonder is sometimes, are we saying that the people whom we have in the Treasury, in the Ministry of Finance, is there a gap? Is there a knowledge gap? Is it an ability gap? Because in my head, we have some really, really well-informed, very educated people who actually know what ought to be done. And what ought to be done is never really manifest, because we talk around in circles, and yet you get the impression that they know what ought to be done, and it somehow just never gets done. Is it that they propose what ought to be done, it is rejected at some level, or they just comply and go along with what they know very well won't be done?
It's bureaucracy.
Explain to me.
It's like when you go to Washington, then you have to, the establishment, is what you will face the establishment and you will change. You see, the bureaucracy is, the government, when you go in as a CS, you will find thousands of people who are there, very senior fellows, the Mugas and others who are she's managing. They've been there for a while, and he's senior director of this and senior director of that. Very senior fellows. Everybody knows what he's doing, and they told much more something. This one we can't. That tea, we can't reduce it. We have to increase. It has to be like that. But let me tell you one thing. We changed all that mindset through the constitution. What we said, we gave the power now to parliament to actually have a significant input in the budget making process to avoid that bureaucracy.
So we have a budget making
I'll
parliament.
come now to answer. To deal with that issue of bureaucracy in treasury, we said let parliament be the key people who will determine how much budget. So they're mainly involved in the whole. PFM Act has given them a lot of powers. That's why now you see people appearing before Parliament and pushing for their budget. Even Treasury goes before Parliament.
Yeah.
You see Kipto there and saying, I want, Your Excellencies, this money is not enough. Increase for my ministry this amount and that amount and that amount and that amount. So the lobbying in Parliament then developed its own traction and became manifest in our usual problem of corruption. So that then if you are able to lobby properly,
yes,
your ministry, you will get what you want.
So essentially we give...
If you are not able to lobby properly, you don't get everything you want. That's why you find budget now is all about Parliament. The way they decide, the Finance Committee decides you get this amount, you don't get this amount, increase that one, introduce this one. So unfortunately then, that professionalism, that look at basically what is the priorities has been politicized. So it's political expediency, political patronage, so many other factors come into play.
And remember, there was a headline actually, and we had a very long discussion here about a headline which was on tea. And it was said that a lot of money is spent on tea because tea comes with a lot of things. There's the water, there's the tea bags, coffee, perhaps even. There's the sugar that goes into it and the milk that goes into making
the staff who make it.
Exactly, and the staff who make it. And there's also sometimes maybe even biscuits that accompany that particular tea. And the conversation really was about perhaps should we get to a point whereby, and I'm going back to that point of tightening our belts as a country, where we can actually say certain things we don't need to do. Why, for example, does the president and the CSs have to leave this country every now and then? Yet I believe
we spend 30 billion on travel annually.
Yes.
Nothing has changed under this president. The same thing that we were doing under Uhuru.
Yeah. So when the president travels, he travels with a very huge team. Same as the CSs, same as, all these individuals. So is it possible that we just say as a country and we decide that, look, we shall only travel when it is absolutely necessary? That means if we can have a conference call with our partners in other countries and avoid spending all this time and money.
You see, you can. But that's why we discussed this earlier. We said the buck stops with the boss.
Yes.
You can.
Yes.
Magufuli, there's a guy called Magufuli.
Yes.
John Pombe, is he?
Yes.
Magufuli, when he came in, he said no travel.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yes.
Absolutely. He said Parliament, Executive, Judiciary, zero travel. Nobody's going anywhere. I want all that money to be diverted to. And it happened, you remember?
It did, and it made him extremely unpopular.
You can say zero travel. I'm not accepting. Period. What will people do? They can't do anything.
Yeah.
Zero.
You've said.
But when you don't do that and you want to travel, then me also says I'll travel. The head of state corporation will travel. The county guy wants to travel. The MCA wants to travel. Everyone will travel and says it's provided for, and we have the budget, we have the money, I have to spend it, we have to travel. But I think, so travel is just one, but if you go through budget estimates, you'll find huge areas where
we can tighten.
We live large completely. Travel, not just abroad, but travel locally. The amount of money we spend on maintenance of motor vehicles is crazy.
Fuel.
It's crazy. There's no CS here who does with one car. It's always the chase cars. And I went to a country in Africa where the CS is traveling in a Toyota Corolla. He doesn't have a chase car. Nobody's chasing a minister. What for? And they're okay. But here is the culture. So everything about the way the work ethics culture we have developed is that even you now, you want to go and see your MP or your CS and you expect him to have a certain status in society. You want him to entertain you at certain hotel or something, and You know, when you are not at that level, then people say, sasa huyu bunge ina gani? Hata anatembea na Corolla. Huyu waziri.
Just
so that thing has developed into a culture where then the expectations, anybody who goes into public office, is that he must have a certain amount of whatever. They must put flowers on this desk every morning, fresh flowers. Tea, coffee, newspapers must be bought. Those things so when you look at the amount of money that goes into consultancies, into evaluations, unnecessary ones, you find one ministry is doing a survey on corruption. Another one is doing a survey on corruption. Another one is doing a survey on corruption. It's none of their business. This is ethics that support. But everybody has money for this consultancy, this training, this evaluation, this, that. These things are planned during, it's called budgeted corruption in this country.
Yeah.
So during the budget process, if you are a man who has got a radio station now here, RG wants business. So you will talk to those guys in the relevant places and say, unajua mwaka hii ongeweka sisi kidogo ya advertisement. Ya radio advertisement. Na unajua sasa when then that thing gets allocated.
Yes.
Tomorrow when it comes to the advertisements, the money will come to you because the guys who did for you in treasury all line. So these things have become a culture. It has become a culture. So I don't know how we're going to get out of it. But I think, I always believe this thing is all about leadership and governance. If the top says no, nothing will give, I'm telling you.
Because, for me, I am really worried when we say that we are borrowing to pay back loans. And yes, I know people do borrow to pay back loans, but to what end? Right now, our debt has hit 12 trillion, and it looks like perhaps next year we shall be talking about a different figure. We keep on. It's just going up and up and up and up and up. And I'm asking.
And the alternatives, by the way, the alternatives in law which we wrote.
Okay.
They are called public-private partnerships, which you can use to do most of the work that the government is doing. The alternatives, for example, when this housing levy thing was introduced, the housing tax thing, it's not a levy anymore, it's a tax. We argued so much, remember? We said, look, the government doesn't need to build houses, just provide incentives to the private sector. Give incentives. You want to put up housing, if you put up 50,000 housing and employ 10,000 people to do that, we're going to give you a tax exemption on this. Incentivize people to do things. The government doesn't have to do everything. So the PPPs are not being used properly the way, there are a lot of things, especially on roads and these things we can't use the PPP. But then we've become also a society that has become very doubtful of government. So anything that the government wants to do, is it PPP? Yes. Is it with who? With some fellow from India. That one we cancelled. So this one we cancelled. So everything to do also is becoming more difficult because of the issue of transparency, the issue of... but otherwise, the opportunity to use strategic investors, to use PPPs, to use the private sector to do many of these things, I think that would remove the load from government on a lot of things, really. I mean, why would the government spend money on some of these things? Really, even including education, including health. There are many countries. You might not like my example, but there's a country which is our neighbor is called Somalia.
Yes.
I think you need to visit one of these days. Your team organize. There's no government services. Everything is privatized. Electricity is private. There's no power and lighting of government. And you will never have power outs in Mogadishu. Absolutely. In fact, there are two major power companies, private.
Yes.
And you have both switches there in your house. So if you want, you just switch on to the other one.
Yeah.
If you don't use mine for some time, the other company visits you. Why you have not? I'm not getting any bill from you the last 6 months. There's no power outage. Because when things are done by those people, then everybody's looking after his businesses.
Wait a
bottom line. So you go to schools, they're all private. Hospitals are all private. I'm not saying we should privatize these things, but I'm saying government has an alternative to financing. It doesn't have to rely on taxes and budget. There are alternatives which you can use to finance.
Our governments, if I'm to go by from the Kibaki government moving onward, it stopped with the Kibaki government. The government rarely invests in education. We have that budget, yes. We're talking about even infrastructure. Rarely invests in healthcare in terms of infrastructure. Rarely invests even in security. Rarely. Why I'm saying rarely is because if you look at the amounts that are allocated they are revolutionary amounts. They are amounts which should have overhauled so many things in these systems that we should not be having the conversation we're having. But part of it is because the private sector has also grown, in spite and despite. Meaning, when you talk about schools and children in schools, we forget that close to 50% of the schools that we speak of are actually private schools. You talk about health facilities, there's almost the same thing. When you talk about security, yes, we do have the police service, but just look at how private security has also increased in this country. So in essence, the government seems to have found a subsidy which it doesn't have to pay for. Because if it's a private school...
Now you imagine if that subsidy, the government did not tax them, overtax them, or they gave them incentives, you'll be getting more efficient and cheaper services now from that private sector. This is where our challenge is. You have a school, you want to put up, you remember in 2024, one of the things which was in the finance bill was that if you have a swimming pool in the school, there'll be VAT on that swimming pool. You know? So, I mean, if you're trying to, you are not helping, you are making things more expensive. The moment you charge more taxes on me, business, you are making more things more expensive for people.
What I've often found interesting, you're somebody who understands these things well, is how it is we have seen on two different occasions the problems that we seem to have being dealt with and with a success at the end of it. Let's start with Kibaki. Kibaki brings about free education. How it comes about is a different discussion, but it actually is the meaning parents are not paying fees. If you're not paying fees, it means you have the money. It's not complicated. Then his government stops borrowing the way other governments have tried to borrow, even domestic borrowing. He says our borrowing is going to be up to 5%. Okay. Now the banks are in the business of buying and selling money, so they start hawking it, and before you know it, every ordinary citizen now has access to money in a way that they've never had before. We see what happens to the economy. Uhuru happens to have an accident, and it's called COVID. In that COVID period, 2020, 2021, even he throws in a little incentivization into the economy. Okay, stimulus they call it. And we actually seem to work on what it is that we have as a revenue. And the economy does something strange. It actually seems to improve. Then World Bank and their cousin come in and they tell us, and I know you hear me saying
there should be no free lunch.
Yes, exactly. It's nonsense. This austerity measure narrative, it doesn't work. I'm already in distress. You are telling me to distress my citizens further so that we can raise more money. What nonsensical logic is that? Now you tell me.
You know, government is a major player in the economy in any country. Why? Because the government invariably is the largest spender.
Yes.
You know, they procure, they spend huge amounts of money on procurement of goods and services in the country, and that stimulates the economy. So to the extent then the government is spending money, it is helping to boost the economy. If the government is not spending and it contracts its expenditures, it reduces its expenditures, through austerity or those measures of IMF, World Bank, whatever, then it means there is less money that the government will spend, and it has a negative impact also on the economy. That's a fact. But you see, IMF, World Bank were created to just do one thing: borrow money from us, those guys who have money up there in the north, and then make sure those governments are able to repay our money. That's all. So then they want you to keep the money you collect so that you can pay the money you've borrowed from them.
Yeah.
And they make their income. They make their earnings. That's all. So they're not really concerned about your future and your well-being, and all those things are not the concern of IMF. They're looking at you. Are you able to repay my loans? You borrowed from, these countries. If you repay loans, you're a good guy. If you don't pay, you're a bad guy, and you're defaulted and you're in trouble. But I agree with him that, the austerities are not the issue. The issue is the government must be, you see, I would probably want to paraphrase Mugas. The thing is not just about the austerity. Government, the bottom line is to introduce a conducive environment for business. That's it. So that all those things he says now is created through that conducive environment. You are not over borrowing, and therefore you're allowing the banks to be able to give money to others. Because if I am offering, which is what happened when Ruto came in, the interest rates on the treasury bills had gone to 18%. Nobody was bothered about lending to me and you. They were lending to government. It's a gold mine. Now it's gone down to 7 or something %, but it became a gold mine. So when the government goes to that point, they're so desperate that they borrow. So everybody in the banks were just making crazy money just from
lending
government money. And so government doesn't want to take a risk with you. Why? You're a risky person, your business might collapse. I would rather give it to government. I'm guaranteed I'll get my 17-18%. So government, I agree, then is a key determinant of how the economy really performs. And so their policies and how they behave affects the economy significantly. And so I agree. I mean, look, at any one time, and we've told this government since they came in, through the media, of course. I don't work for government, but I've told them every time we get them, we keep telling them, guys, a lot of taxes do not necessarily mean you'll get more revenue. But less taxes means businesses will thrive. I mean, look, because taxes affect my bottom line. If I'm selling this thing and by the time I put the tax and whatever, my sales will go down. It'll become expensive. But if I sell more, the tax is low and I sell more volume, I get more income and I can at least pay more taxes. So when Mbadi came in, he says, that's my philosophy. More taxes will lead to less revenues. I want to ensure that taxes either remain stagnant or they go down. We are waiting to see.
I'm interested in the example you gave us a few minutes ago about Somalia. And you said you gave us a very good example of power. And you also mentioned education. So what happens to... Do they have what equivalent of what we have to Teacher Service Commission, or how do they regulate? How do they regulate that sector basically?
No, they have government, of course, ministries and all that that do the normal regulation in terms of the curriculums and in terms of the exams and all those things. They have a ministry that deals with all that. But you see, when you have majority of 90% of your schools are private, then your TSC burden is minimal. For example, us in Kenya, the 770 billion, 50% goes to care to pay salaries. So it goes to Teacher Service Commission. It's just salaries. There's no discussion on it. They have 250,000 teachers. Now is added another 100. There'll be probably 350,000 teachers. That's where the money will go. 400 billion will probably go into just 300-400 billion will go into paying salaries. It's not going to be negotiable. But but you see you see these things over a period of time. People get used to things. For example, when we started this telecom thing, we were saying it's going to be, you can't privatize it. It's quite expensive, but later, of course it did. When Safaricom started, we were being charged 40 shillings per minute, or it went down. It came to now a few cents per shillings. But you go across in Ethiopia until the other day until a couple of years ago when they privatized, it used to be government controlled. They found that it was better to control their telephone, and so everything was government run. But so sometimes you might think that when you privatize, the situation gets worse because there are parents who can't afford school fees. They have to be subsidized. But even if you go to Somalia, there are some more subsidized through NGOs and others. If there are no public schools, But I think the point I'm trying to say is that, look, government does not have to do everything. In the economy, and in our case, this is a government that has been given a lot of opportunity in law to engage the private sector to provide many of the services that they do. We don't need to. Why would... The other day I met a guy at taxi at the airport in Mombasa, and it was Kenatco. And I know Kenatco, Parliament ordered it should be shut down more than 30-40 years ago. It's a taxi. It's a government taxi that was there during the time of Kenyatta.
It was a transport company, actually.
Company.
Yes.
Do you know that taxi thing is up to now there?
Yes, it is.
Despite the fact that so many times we said the government doesn't need a taxi. There are so many private taxis there. Wachana na hiki tufunga, but nothing happens because their interests. They always so he gave me the thing is the blue number plate. Okay, I told him, cannot go still there. You guys do yes, but no receipts, no nothing. It's for the driver. He's the one who
whatever
will
he
bill
decides,
you, and you pay him through, and that is it. He does. So you wonder. So government has a lot of these institutions. Why would you have those 300-400 institutions in the private sector, state corporations, which are some of them. In fact, let me tell you, out of the loans of the government, about 1 trillion is state corporations.
It goes to the state corporations.
It's Nadaiwa, yeah, it's state corporations.
You see, you've introduced something that we can discuss in the next, say, 5 minutes. We've had these pending sales of certain government parastatals. Okay? Some, there's a lack of clarity. Some, they seem to be talking about a partnership. Some, they're selling shares. One isn't sure whether it's an outright sale, selling part of it. One isn't certain. But this process, for it to be transparent, so that we understand the benefits or the pitfalls of this, what actually... yeah, you know exactly what I'm asking.
No, I'm laughing because you talk of transparency. There's no transparency in these things. In privatization of state corporations, don't expect transparency. It won't happen. When this thing started during the time of Moi, the Wazungus came up and said, you have to liberalize and you have to privatize, and government of Kenya before that owned literally shares in every company in Nairobi. You won't believe it. Kenya government had shares in Kenya breweries, to DT Dobbies, to CMCs, to
through ICDC,
Premier Flour Mills, to cashew nuts, anything that moved in this country in terms of industry, government had shares. And so then Mzungu alisema privatize. Oh, it was a gold mine. I said, okay, fine. So I want to buy the shares in the company, Radio RG, I want to buy them. So I buy the shares there. This one, Muga buys another one. And so that thing has been a tradition over the years. Kibakis and Uhurus, and so they've been trying to privatize. Occasionally, some of them have been privatized to the public, like Mumias Sugar. I was involved in that one. I remember Kengen. Some of these ones, when they privatize, they try to bring in the outgrowers of the cane and the employees, and they try to bring some of those people on board. But invariably, then the key players in this privatization are people with money. So those institutional investors who have the money, and individuals who also have got money, who end up buying shares in all these things. That's why if you go to Kenya Power, you find a significant number of shares held by people who have money, and some families who are well endowed. So there'll be no. You can't expect really transparent, because if you want to sell Kenya Pipeline, for example, it's one of the richest organizations.
Yes.
Only reason you would probably sell Kenya Pipeline is not because it is getting money from Treasury or it's becoming a burden on Treasury or on the exchequer, but you'll probably want to sell because it's got money and I need that money to pay some debt. If I can get it for 100 billion, 200 billion, it will help reduce my debt. That's one of the reasons government would look at. But for me and you, the issue is that transparency. That when you're selling it,
yes,
are you getting it at a good price? Are you getting value for money, or are you forming some company in UK and just you're the one who's buying it, or what is happening? That is the part that is difficult to determine.
Yeah,
you remember when Safaricom was privatized, the Mobitele and all those funny things about some percentages belonging to some companies, nobody knows where they are.
Yeah,
so some things happen. In these economies of ours, they will happen. You'll waste your time if you try to say I'm going to tighten it, because you're going to put this thing in Nairobi Stock Exchange. The IPOs will be done, people will be bidding, but the key issue is on the pricing of that asset, those shares, when you're selling them, whether it is through strategic investor or through the IPOs in Nairobi Stock Exchange or not. It's always about that pricing that you're going to set. But for me, my point is the bigger picture is that the state corporations in general seem to be a burden in the sense that a lot of corruption takes place there. Most of the revenue that should come to treasury is not coming, even from these ones which are very well endowed with money. The amount of money that the checks that they write to treasury becomes very limited. And I think until Uhuru started putting pressure, demanding a check every year from some of these, people are not handing over checks. Only central bank used to pay money to treasury, I remember. Quite a large number of them would never. They say we are putting the money into our own investments.
Yeah.
So why would you want to have a company if it's not giving you a return? So I think when you look at the return versus the cost, really, overall cost of maintaining those institutions, you'd think it's better to privatize them.
Yeah.
In 1 minute, are you saying that we do not have Kenyans who could be appointed to lead these parastatals to turn them around so that they actually make money, if they are intended to make money?
No. You put him there, he changes. They have been from the time of the dream team of Moi, all through. We have brought experts from World Bank, from IMF, from where, paid them $1 million, $2 million to run institutions, to run ministries, and they've ended up, the moment they saw the money, quite a large number of them have changed.
And the money we're referring to is not their salary.
It's not their salary, of course. I mean, majority. You can't miss one or two, but who wants a good person, by the way? Whoever is putting you there also wants something from that.
He wants somebody who's compromised.
Yeah. Someone who will play according to the rules that they have set out themselves. Yeah. Mheshimiwa, we've come to the end of the show. Thank you so much for the enlightenment as far as some of these issues are concerned. And of course, we haven't exhausted. There's so much we could have spoken about, even budgeting for development, budgeting for preparing for the elections in 2027. So we invite you back, ukipata wakati, njoo tuweze ku break down more of this information for the listener.
Thank you very much. I appreciate finding my old friend here.
Yes. Karibu sana.
And so keep it up, RG.
Yeah. All right, folks, we're taking a break. See you tomorrow bright and early at exactly 6 in the a.m.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.